Boom. I'm live. How's everybody doing this evening? Yeah, as the title says, I'm thankful. A couple of people have already left some comments. 7C Transports in the house says, spring is upon us. Nice. Let's spring into action with this live. I like that. 7C is very comedic. Very, very comedic. And then Mark Ely was the first to hit the like button or the thumbs up. I appreciate that, Mark. Thank you very much. No, I've just been sitting here in this hotel room all day, except for I went outside for about an hour. I went out and walked down to the store and just kind of walked around. Then it started raining. So I came back to the hotel and this is where I've been. And obviously I turned the news on and man, just like there's so much craziness, whether you're talking about tornadoes or what went on in Nashville, like I think about these are the times that I really take a step back and think about how thankful and grateful I am for the things I have in my life and the people that are in my life. And, when you get down and you start feeling like self-pity or you start feeling like things are stacked against you and crap like that. I don't know if any of you have ever experienced that in your life. I know I have. Man, it's days like this where I turn the news on and I think things could be a whole lot worse. A whole lot worse. My wife and children are at home, safe, healthy. My parents, I do live in a state that gets tornadoes, but we haven't had like a destructive tornado where I live in 20 some years. We did when I was a kid. We had a tornado that came through our town and did a lot of damage, but not like anything I saw on the news today, down in like Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, parts of Tennessee, not including the other thing that was going on today in the Nashville area. Man, it really puts things in perspective for me. And I hope everybody that watches my channel or comes into these lives, like I hope everybody's good. I really do. I've shared that before. I'm not a type of guy that wants anybody to like fail in business. I also don't want anybody to like have to suffer in life, man. Like I wear my heart on my sleeve, definitely when it comes to that. So yeah, I hope everybody's okay today. If you're out trucking, hope you're shutting down for the day or getting loaded or unloaded right now and you have a plan. Jackknife TV, what's up, Crash Bandit? Yeah, thanks, Jackknife. Way to stick the knife in a little bit more. I appreciate it, brother. Gary Bates is in the house. The Mackinac Kid. Yo, what up? Sorry, I was going to read his next comment. You spend more time in hotels than anyone I know. Yeah, man. Who needs a truck when you can just stay in a hotel all the time? I actually just got off the phone with the service tech or the mechanic that's going to be working on the truck. The part I was hoping would arrive early and showed up today, but it didn't. He told me he'll let me know as soon as the leaf spring shows up. Well, the leaf spring and bolts and all that crap. And then he'll come and pick me up because he's going to let me do some stuff in the shop with him. I don't want to say what he's going to let me do because I really don't know. He told me that I could help and learn though. So I'm looking forward to that. And Killian's, I was taking a nap. I think I missed a phone call from you earlier. If you're still in here, let me see. Recent. Yes, I did. I missed a phone call from you. I apologize. I was taking a nap. Yeah, WCF invaders, sometimes we do need to reflect, and this is not political, and I will not read any political freaking crap right now. That's the last thing we need. I know everybody's entitled to their opinion, and that's fine. You can leave a comment. I'm not going to read it because I have that right, and I won't entertain it because I have that right. I really think in times like this, when we have national disasters, because that's what I would consider a wiping out of an entire town, a national disaster, and what happened today in Nashville, there was one time I really felt like this in my life, and that was like 9/11, right? I remember that. And I remember the feeling I had because even though I didn't know anybody directly, like my mom and dad, my dad's best friend worked at the World Trade Center. And he happened to be, I believe their office was on like the 45th floor or something like that, maybe the 35th floor. And he worked in insurance. And he was actually out of town when that horrible day happened. So he wasn't in the building, but that's where his main office was. He was actually in Chicago when it happened. So I think about like my dad's best friend, somebody that like I grew up knowing. I used to run into him all the time at the Minnesota State High School hockey tournament and hang out with him and go grab dinner. And this was my dad's best friend, So I think about that day and how I felt. And I can't but to help think like I kind of feel the same way right now. I really, really do. In no way do I think a parent should ever have to bury a child. And that doesn't sit well with me. And then I think about people that lost everything. I was watching the news, which I don't watch the news. Like, that's why I'm not really up to date on a lot of the weird crap that's going on in our society right now, is because I choose not to watch the news because I don't know what to believe or what not to believe. Right. But I was watching the news and they were interviewing these people in Mississippi, and it showed two semi trucks that I guess were parked right next to each other. And now they flew into houses and destroyed houses, and they're laying on top of each other, all mangled. And I thought about us. I thought about us men and women that drive trucks, and sometimes, we might park somewhere and go to bed and we don't know what's going to happen, So I'm very thankful today, very thankful. And maybe it's easier to be thankful when you see chaos, but I definitely am thankful today. What happened in Nashville? Mark Ely, check out Nashville. Check out Nashville. Grade A Transportation's in the house, says, good afternoon, Fate and Chat. Sorry if I interrupted the live with the text. You didn't. It was right before I went live. I just read it right before I went live, Grade A Transportation. Gary Bates says, give me all your money. It'll make you feel better. No, Gary, that wouldn't make me feel better. Not at all. Yeah, we're just sitting in the hotel room, or I'm still sitting in the hotel room. Like I said, one of those days where I can't help but to think of, my loved ones. I think I shared this in the video, and you might laugh at me, but I'm already home. Like, I was going to take a load before I decided to go Bajan and jump into spring and break a leaf spring. I was on my way home. I was going to take a load that got me home on Wednesday, and I was looking forward to that. So today was kind of a depressing day, and then I saw the news, and that made me even more, depressed's the wrong word. It's just one of those days. I wish I was at home. I wish I was around my wife, my daughters. My oldest daughter went back up to school. I guess she had a fun time at home, which is great. I love it when she's able to come home and enjoy enjoy what she left, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm going to show you a picture, if it shows up here, of what her bedroom looked like. My wife sent me a picture and said, hey, can you tell your daughter's home? And it was a picture of her bedroom as she left and went and hung out with friends. But yeah, her bedroom, where is the picture? Holy criminy. Yeah, her bedroom was an absolute disaster. Make sure there's nothing personal in this photo. No, there isn't. I don't know if you guys can see this, but that's what her bedroom looked like. I thought this was pretty funny too. There's a wrapper on the ground right there of corn nuts. She just decided to eat corn nuts and threw the wrapper on the floor with a garbage can on the other side of her bed. So I thought that was kind of funny. She comes home and destroys the bedroom. Capstone lumpers can suck. Yes, they're horrible, Skinny Peters. Capstone is the worst by far. Vic Med's in the house. What's going on, buddy? Just finished trucking. Miss it. Oh, do you now, huh? What, is it getting hard dispatching everybody? I watched your video the other day on load boards and stuff. I can't imagine how difficult your job is right now, trying to dispatch the trucks that are under you. But I'm glad you were trucking today. Griff's in the house. What up, man? We're just hanging out tonight, Griff. We're trying to be thankful of the things that we have. Like I said, my house. I mean, I really I get like the devastation of losing everything and pictures and things like that. I personally am kind of a gypsy, meaning I don't hang on to things. I don't really have anything that I've had for a long time in my life. I've always just sold it or left it places, and in my travels, not like cleaning out a house after I moved. Like I moved from Minot, North Dakota back to Minnesota, and I literally packed up my daughter's clothes, my clothes, and like a file cabinet that had all my personal, built like social security information and all that in there, and moved. None of the furniture, nothing. I left everything in that house and just bought new. My kids' beds, my kids' sheets. Like I've done that more than once, where I've just taken the necessities and started over. But I can't imagine like my wife who has like some very important things that she has kept for her entire life, and things that have been passed down to her from like grandparents. I couldn't imagine our house being destroyed and her losing all those things. Like, man, the devastation. We don't have that spring installed yet, sir. No, we don't even have it yet. It should arrive tomorrow. Damn, you was napping again? Yes, dude. I have napped like 3 times today. What you do, just sit around and yes, I do. That's exactly what I do, Skinny Peters. I actually just grab the remote and find a show or a movie I want to watch and then fall asleep. Because what else am I going to do? Like I said, I went outside for a while today and then it started raining. So I came back up to the room. I went in the hot tub and it's not very like hot. You know what I mean? So I sat there for like 15 minutes by myself in a hot tub and thought, this is dumb. So I got up and came back up here. Like there's nothing to do. Mark Ely said, wow, just woke up and read the news. Yeah. WCF Invader says, shoot, I'm under a rock. I don't even know anything happened today. Yeah. Today has been, I think the stuff in Mississippi happened yesterday at night. A really big tornado came through, and then there was there was an incident at a school in Nashville. Plays on the freeway. Hey, 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 what's going on? Yes, I agree with you, insult invader, or sorry, insult, WCF invader. Sometimes it's better not knowing, you know, like, but then you're a lot like me. When you're not, when you don't know things are going on, you're a lot like me. You're like, what? Like, you don't understand why things change or something's going on. And somebody's like, oh, didn't you hear? And it's like, hear what? Like, no, I don't pay attention. Like I said, I don't really watch the news very much. I'm not a super like political guy. I have my beliefs in certain things, and I care about those things. But sometimes by being shut off, you're also like very ignorant to like certain situations because you're not aware of what's going on. But then there's, you see what I saw today, and it just makes me sick. It really does. I couldn't imagine, you go to sleep at night and you wake up and your house is gone and part of your family has passed away or missing, and your entire town is destroyed. Or you drop a child off somewhere that you think is safe, only to never get a chance to tell them you love them again. Like, that's crazy. It's crazy. I don't like it. Thankful to God every day. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think I've shared some of my opinions. I think it's important to take ourselves out of us. I don't know if everybody believes in God or what, but like sometimes taking a step back and realizing we're not like the center of the universe. I have a big problem with that. I'll admit it. I'm very self-centered. You know what I mean? And sometimes I need to take a step back and realize like what things actually are. Yeah, right? Maybe I should contact Mr. Zimmerman and get a quote to seal coat your hockey arena. Yeah, he could sugarcoat it. I'll make it home. At least you're not stuck at a semi-truck freezing. Don't tell if you'll have enough money to get you out of the sorry, man, I can't read, Jackknife. Hold on, I got a special guest coming in.
Well, hello there.
What's up, Cash? How are you?
Not much. I had to put on my company uniform so we would match.
Nice.
And also I had to pull you out of the weeds there. Holy depression. Be careful with that stuff.
Oh, it's not depression. It's just reality, man. It's reality. But yeah, I probably am. I mean, I shared that before. I probably am a little depressed. I've been sitting in a hotel room for a few days now and, happened to turn the news on, which was the biggest mistake of the day,
right?
But
yeah, I have asked YouTube many a times, don't recommend the news to me. I don't want to watch the news. And I click on YouTube earlier and like 10 different things about, a school shooting. I'm like, it don't affect my life none. Our prayers go out to the people that, it affected, but it don't affect me. It does nothing but bring me like into a weird mental state. It's like, yeah.
That's me right now, Cash. That's me right now. And here's part of the other problem. Like, I don't have any reason to not be in that mental space. Like, I'm not under a load. I don't need to get to a shipper. I don't need to get to a receiver. I'm not doing what I'm used to doing. You know what I mean?
You've not been sitting waiting 4 hours with a reefer running wide open in a dock door, so Capstone can unload one pallet, and then you can go park at the truck stop and get a shower and go to bed because you got to get up early in the morning. You're not dealing with that.
That is just craziness.
I hate these. So I do have a new product. If you don't mind, I'd like to push a new product here on your show, if you would.
Here we go.
If you would entertain this for a while. I just came up with this. I've been working on it for the last couple days. So if anybody doesn't know, I have a merch tent. You can go over. There's been the merch tent soon, but I'm selling Cassius Truck Stop boner pills. Okay. If anybody is stranded in a hotel room and they're going to sit around all day and touch themselves and nap, I'm just saying, pick up some Cassius King Truck Stop boner pills. This is the large. This is the quantity 10,000 here. For those guys that like to get things done, as they say.
When they're in the truck, though.
Hey, you never know when you're going to need them. You know what I mean? I'm telling you right now. Hey, I ain't saying who and when and where, but I'm just saying, you get up in the morning and your brakes are stuck on your trailer. They're frozen. You forgot to bring your hammer with you. Cassius Truck Stop boner pills. I'm just saying.
Nice.
Beat the brakes off of it. That's our slogan. Beat the brakes off of it.
That is classic. That is classic. Mark Ely says, I got 7 kids spread from 6 to 33. I love it when the older one just stops and crashes in their rooms. And I think that's why I still keep the house. Yes. That's important, man. I don't go to my parents' house that often. They live like 3 hours away from me, but it is nice. Like if I'm up there for some reason, just to swing by my parents' house, you know what I mean? And go in, and I know I have a room, and I'm going to get a hot meal, actually. Like my mom's going to make me something.
Walk in the door and go, Ma, meatloaf.
Yep. Meatloaf. Oh, great. What was that from? Wedding Crashers.
Yeah. Mark's got 7 kids. I think he's been dipping in the old Cassius Truck Stop boner pills.
So, hey, can I ask a question here? I've always wondered this, and maybe you know the answer to this. Which one is Mark in his avatar?
Well, he's not the world famous wrestler.
Oh, that's a wrestler?
Yeah, that's what's his name? Henry. Damn, I'm blanking on the guy's name. Mark Henry. Olympic athlete in weightlifting.
The one on the left?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I did not know that.
Weightlifter. Yeah.
I did not know that was a famous weightlifter.
And WWE star, I believe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I never knew who Mark Ely was, you know what I mean? Or like which one in the picture he was. What up, Reefer dude? Come on. Yeah, we're hanging out tonight. I guess Mark might be switching to Reefer pretty soon.
Everybody trying to get in that Reefer game now. They realize that's where the cool people hang out.
Yeah, right? See, you run you run pretty much the same lanes and crap. Like, I don't know if I was really good at, or like, let's say I was in dry van or even flatbed, and I was doing well, or I at least had good contacts in my business. I don't know if I would jump over to reefer right now. Like, the reefer rates we're losing like 20 cents a week per mile on reefer rates in spot market freight. That is. Is that what you're seeing when you do open up the load board?
I try to stay away from it as much as I can, but yeah, I got a load weekly recap. I just did the numbers on it a little while ago. I'm averaging, like, on spot market loads on the reefer, I'm probably like $2 a mile right now.
Yeah.
And you got to factor in, it's a numbers game. If you're in that $2 a mile range, you're putting some of that in the reefer tank, And you know, especially when you're sitting here for 5 hours with the doors open on a -10, you know, she's screaming.
I mean, I know
Depends on
when
where you live.
I know when I go out to the East Coast, if I wanted to go right back to, let's say, Minnesota or Wisconsin, the top rates are like $1.81 a mile, $1.89 a mile. You know what I mean? Is without connections. That is purely spot market.
Yeah.
That's I don't, and we're losing. Like on top of that, next week it's going to be $1.79 a mile. It's gone down every week. I don't know if right now would be the time to be switching.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like a lot of people switched during the vid, and it's like, you know, reefer. Here's the thing: people always say, "Well, I haul reefer because, you know, to haul the groceries." More groceries move in a dry van than move in a reefer. You know what I mean? There's only so much market for reefer. I mean, I know there's only so much market for any of it, but like when everybody jumped into reefer, I think it's like we're in a hangover right now. So I don't know. I'd be a little wary. To me, the freight is all like where you live. You know, like certain areas you need a certain type of trailer. Um, just how I see it. But
Have you ever thought about? I mean, you're from Minnesota. Have you ever thought about switching to flatbed, like springtime to like November? Have you ever thought about doing that?
hell
No.
to the no. No, I did flatbed out of Minnesota. It's you know, like
Okay.
to me, I'm not a I'm a you know, I'm a build a customer base type of individual. And you know, like the thing of it is you got certain things you're going to do out of Minnesota and you need to build that for the year around. And
Yeah.
you know, um it's kind of tough not to do it. Like you know, if you're going to be in Minnesota doing flatbed, you got to be able to haul them bobcats coming out of North Dakota. You got to be able to haul shingles. You know, because that's where the majority of the loads originating in that area are.
Yeah. A lot of building materials. A lot of steel comes out of, right over there. What is that? Is it 169? Highway 169? Over by that US Foods in Plymouth, there's a big steel plant over there. Can't think of the name. Garrison? Is that it?
Yeah.
A lot of steel comes out of there. But Insult's in the house, says he's busy. We'll watch later. All right, Insult. Maybe I'll still be live. Stewart's in the house, says focus on things you can control. Everything else is dead weight.
Yeah.
Dead weight.
Yeah, I'm waiting on a text message right now. I think they pulled that pallet off. I got to pay the lumper, and maybe we'll get out of here one of these days.
Let's take. Hold on. Let's set a poll. I don't. That'll take too long to put a poll up. What do you think one pallet's going to be? I'm going to say $95. $95. $95. I think I'm high.
I don't remember how many cases it was. It might have been more than one pallet. I know I've got I had a stop this morning that was 5 pallets, and the rest of them are just a couple pallets here and a couple pallets there.
Not to interrupt you, but we do have an important question right now that you can only answer.
Okay.
Stuart asks, who do I call if Cash's pills last longer than 4 hours? For your truck stop boner pills, what happens if it lasts longer than 4 hours?
I never understood why you would be worried about calling somebody. I mean, if you've took them, you should already have somebody in mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I guess if she's not fair game, you know, I mean, if you have beat the brakes off of it as implied in the warning, maybe you call for backup. I don't know.
Oh, God, that's great. That is great. Beat the brakes off.
That ain't the first one I went with. originally I'll fourth wall's coming down here. So I thought of this the other day, and I was gonna call them General Mushroom Heads Boner Pills. And it was
That
gonna
would be
be
pretty funny too.
it was gonna be an army theme, and it was gonna be annihilate that
Yeah.
thing. Or
Annihilate that thing.
yeah, or you wanna be harder than depleted uranium? Take General Mushroom Head.
We have another. I'm kind of jumping through some of these comments right now, guys. So I apologize. Cash is going to get a text and then have to bounce off or get to where he's going for the night. So I just want to get to some of these because I think this is pretty cool too. And I know it's something you just went through. Mark Ely says, how much is a washout these days? Mark, that really depends on what they're washing out, to be honest with you. You can get some as little as like $40. You can have some. Well, I'll let Cash, what was your last washout?
My last one was 104, and the one before that was 164.
Yeah.
So it depends on what you're washing, like Fate said, and where you're at. I think the cheapest washout I ever got was like a little mom and pop place in the middle of nowhere, and that was like $30.
Yeah.
And I mean, you got your money's worth. You literally backed up. It was right next to a chicken processing place, and it was like kind of like that Minnesota 19. You gotta have a damn ticket to go in there. Yeah, so it's like it's a gimmick.
That's the other thing, Mark Ely. There's some places that, it's an absolute. It's a gimmick. Like they wash your trailer out whether you need it washed out or not. They require it for every single load. But this is why Mark's kind of talking about maybe getting into reefer. He says, I got an opportunity to run Calgary, California, Calgary, Canada to Southern Arizona. I did this dry van from December to January. So maybe he's already got an in, which if you got an in somewhere, that makes it a lot easier than trying to run the spot market in reefer freight.
Yeah.
I can't speak.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I can't speak on other like dry van freight or anything like that because I never look it up.
I would not go buy a reefer unit right now to run spot market freight. That would be my take on it. I think if you're going to go buy a trailer right now, if you've got the experience, I would do flatbed. You need something a little bit more labor and where the idiots can't do it, if you know what I mean. Like, you need to separate yourself a little bit.
Well, actually, here's a perfect segue to what you just said, because this guy right here, Jackknife TV, catches a lot of idiots on his dash cam hauling flatbed stuff, not even strapped. But he says, I've always done pretty good taking flatbed loads in the Minnesota for decent money, $3 a mile-ish, and coming out usually around the same amount, maybe $2.25 to $3 a mile. Not bad.
Yeah. That's been a while though, right?
I worked flatbed, but I worked for a company, so I never knew what we got on the load, and I delivered building materials, structural steel, drywall, crap like that. I do know, so like one of my jobs in transportation was I was a purchaser. So I worked for a roofing company. So I purchased all kinds of shingles, usually from I would get them shipped in. Believe it or not, like IKO is a big shingle company. They came out of Canada. And then a lot of other stuff I would order from like Ohio and get it shipped to Minnesota. But there is a plant, I believe it's Owens Corning in Shakopee. I believe there's a plant.
Certainteed is in Shakopee. Owens Corning is off of Shingle Creek Parkway up there, like
Brooklyn Park area.
On the other side of the river.
Like that northeast Minneapolis area.
Yeah. They got a big yard right there off of 280.
Okay.
It used to be something else, but man, they got a they got a million years worth of shingles sitting on that yard. So if you go into Minneapolis and you get a Shingle Creek Parkway Owens Corning pickup, make sure the broker ain't bullshitting you, and you're going to end up over there off of 280 picking up out of that yard.
Yeah, did they buy that, or are they storing it in that big building that's right off of I think I know where you're talking about. Right off of like 280 and 35?
Yeah, it's in that area, but they're outside. They got a parking lot out there. It's just, just double stacked, ready to go. You pull up there, and they can load you in 2 minutes out there. Not a bad load, but Owens Corning's also got a big one in like southern Indiana. I used to go back and forth. It was funny. I'd haul shingles one way and then turn around and haul shingles back.
Right?
It made no sense. I'm like, what are we doing here?
Well,
but I guess certain colors and stuff.
I joke with DIY all the time. Do you know how much cheese I bring from Minnesota to Wisconsin? Yeah. Like almost every, like when I do the short little hauls from Minnesota to Wisconsin, Minnesota to Wisconsin, 90% of those loads are all cheese loads. And it's like, Wisconsin's like the cheese capital. What am I doing bringing all this cheese to Wisconsin?
Hey, they love it. Hey, I got my text. I'm going to hop out of here. If you're still live when I get parked for the night, I'm about 20 minutes from the truck stop, but I got to get out of here and do all that. Right. So if you're still there, I'll come back. If not, we'll holler at you later.
Yeah, take it easy, Cash. Thanks for stopping by.
Bye, everybody.
Maybe he'll leave a comment real quick and let us know how much it was to unload that one pallet. Mark Ely says $125. A lot of plastic tanks, drainage pipe. Yes, there's lots of porta potties in that area. Jerome Jones is in the house. You know what? I'm actually glad Cash stopped in here because I think he was right. I think I was going down the depression, like not a great live show. Cash brought me out of the weeds. He was definitely right. So I've skipped so many comments. I do apologize. If you want me to read it, go ahead and leave another comment. Wow, might need to adjust the slack adjusters to make sure the drums ain't cracked, beating the brakes off. It is definitely a violation. Yeah, it might, some people might like that though, Barry. You never know. Jackknife TV says, holy crap, I didn't think I'd ever had a washout go over $50, even when I took chicken scraps and stuff, to Purina. So a lot of those Jackknife, a lot of those expensive washouts are usually because it's floor loaded. Potatoes, jalapenos. I brought jalapenos once out of Florida. Anything that's bulk loaded on the floor, that washout is going to be so expensive because they're either going, like, if they don't have a tipper, which if you don't know what a tipper is, it's a machine that you back your trailer onto. Sometimes you have to disconnect the trailer. Other times you can stay hooked up to it. And it's just a big hydraulic tipper. It tips you up in the air and all the product falls out of the trailer. If they don't have one of those on location, they have a machine that goes in and it's on wheels or like tracks, and it just mushes everything down into the grooves of your reefer unit. It's an absolute nightmare. I should turn the volume down on this when I go live. Well, that's my ringer. This was notifications, right? We'll turn it all down a little bit. There we go. But yeah, depending on what you're hauling and how it's loaded, that's kind of what determines the washout cost. Now, just a regular washout, like every now and then I'll stop and get my trailer washed out just because, even though you might sweep it or blow it out, it gets dirty. That's like $40, $50. It's not terrible. Here's my advice. If you really want to make it in this market, you go out and buy yourself a stretched out 300-inch wheelbase, 389 Peterbilt for $300,000 and a 53-foot stainless spread axle reefer. Damn it, boy. That sounds like a good setup, though, Jackknife. I've seen many of those trucks. Beautiful, beautiful looking trucks. Tough way to go right now, though, for sure. I've talked about this too. A lot of the freight that I do haul, this is why equipment, when you're thinking about purchasing equipment, why it's important to kind of have a very good idea of what you want to haul. Let's take this customer that I'm currently working with. That truck that Jackknife just talked about, the 380, the 389 stretched out Peterbilt with spread axle trailer, the customer wouldn't load you. Oh, good. He did leave a comment. Let's see what he said here. Holy cow. Cash says it wasn't one pallet. It was 4 pallets, 1,000 cases, $315. My God. I'm in the wrong business. I can tell you that much. I'm in the wrong business. But yeah, like I was saying, having the right equipment for the job is really important. And I know the customer that I deal with, one customer I deal with out on the East Coast, you couldn't get to their docks with that style of truck. And they wouldn't load you because where you have to go deliver, you're too big. Like you wouldn't be able to get into the facilities. So yeah, equipment is important. 7C's Transport says, I can't count how many times I've called out to a flatbedder on the CB because their load was unsecure. Yeah, I see it a lot too. That's why that's so, I think about those guys that I see hauling coils and a lot of steel. Like, man, you gotta make sure you get out and check that. Like, you gotta stop and make sure your securement is tight, because that stuff will kill you or kill somebody else. I'll be doing everyone a huge favor. What did I miss here? Oh, you'll be doing everyone a huge favor. Yeah, if you buy that type of stuff, I agree. No response, of course. Yeah, having that CB isn't for looks. I will be honest, 7C's Transport, if I'm ever down in, I believe you're in North Carolina, if I am ever down in North Carolina and you were to see me and call out on the CB, I probably wouldn't answer because I probably don't have it turned on. I turn my CB on when I'm in a lot of traffic or I see construction signs, but it doesn't immediately tell me what road or what lane to be in. That's when I turn my CB on, or if I'm in bad weather. I don't run all day with my CB on, which maybe I should start doing. I used to do it all the time. I just got tired of hearing all the crap. Hearing truckers screaming at each other, fighting, saying, get off at this exit. Like, I don't want to hear that. And plus, I'm deep into my rap music, so I can't hear the CB anyways. I picked up in Shakopee once. Yeah, Shakopee is pretty nice car. Who will win the Stanley Cup this year? You know what, Mark? I haven't been following the NHL. I've been following college hockey right now because yesterday they had in college hockey, they had, like, in basketball, it's called the Elite Eight. They had 8 teams left. It's narrowed down to 4 teams now for the Frozen Four, and the national champion, or those games. So the final Frozen Four start March 6th, I believe. And it's Denver University versus the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Quinnipiac versus Michigan. Michigan won in overtime yesterday. It was an awesome game to see. But I don't know. You know what? I haven't watched hardly any NHL hockey this year. I don't even know how the Wild are doing, to be honest. And I think they play tonight. They play the Kraken, the Seattle Kraken. Wheel Burner Express says, bro, I've pulled IKO shingles out of Canada and delivered them in Cleveland, then ran over to Medina, Ohio, and picked up CertainTeed shingles and took them back to Canada 60 miles from where I picked up the IKO. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, like I said, I used to buy shingles from the rep, and they were out of Canada. They were always getting shipped out of Canada, the IKO, which IKO makes great shingles. Very, very durable. They're expensive, though. Very expensive. Jackknife TV says, you know, I was going to say earlier, quit hating on yourself. You'll get home eventually. Happens. Happens, but could be worse. You could be freezing in a semi truck, scared to spend any money because you don't know if you'll ever need a dollar for it, ever need a dollar of it later on. Yeah, that sucks, Jackknife. Turn your truck on. Don't freeze. Don't freeze. I think about that stuff though sometimes. Like, I know a lot of you probably run that corridor, you know, from like into Montana, Highway 90 or Highway 80, 70, you know, and get shut down. I've thought about that. Like, I'd try and find a buddy out there. You know what I mean? Like, if I knew the road was shut down and I was stranded on the road, I would shut my truck off. Well, I wouldn't shut it off right away. I'd try and find somebody and say, hey, why don't we sit in your truck for like 3 hours and then you come and sit in my truck, you know, because you don't want to run out of fuel. I can't see what that emoji is that Cash put up. I don't know what that is. Can anybody see what that is? I can't see it. Can't see it. Wheel Burner Express says, my theory when chaining down coils, get all my weight covered and then throw a couple extra chains just for safekeeping. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Wheel Burner. I've never hauled coils. I've never had to strap anything like that down. I would make Jackknife TV short videos if I hauled coils. Like, I would be on Jackknife shorts. I know that. Jackknife TV says, I leave it on all day, and if I start getting a bunch of bull crap, I just turn. So maybe that's what I should do, is turn the squelch up, and you know. But yeah, I don't keep it on all the time. So wouldn't you want to avoid the accident? That's what my GPSs tell me. So I run 3 different types of GPSs, and they're all connected to the internet for live like updates on traffic and stuff. And I get warned ahead of time if there is a lane closure or a bad accident, or if they're detouring trucks off the road. The other thing is sometimes I'm in areas that I'm not really familiar with, and I don't trust my GPSs. Like, I'm not a guy that fully trusts my GPS. I am a guy that has an atlas in my truck, and I plot my courses. I do trip planning every load. I trip plan every load. I don't care if it's I don't trip plan every load because a lot of my loads are the same thing. If I'm running customer freight, I just make a decision if I'm going to take toll roads or non-toll roads. But if I'm going someplace I've never been before, I like to know that I'm on a legal truck road, and I don't think my GPSs always put me on legal truck routes, you know. So sometimes I just sit in the traffic, 7Cs, if I don't know the area that I'm in. But yeah, maybe I should start doing that. I see your next comment, Jackknife, exactly. Yeah, maybe I should start doing that. Like I said, I was being honest. I don't always keep it on. I don't need to hear Billy Big Rig yelling at Johnny Be Good as they're driving down the road, calling each other names and crap like that. You know, grown men. I find it hilarious. Jackknife TV says, flatbedders nowadays scare me scare me anymore if they're not super lazy or ignorant. They're super stupid and should not be touching a semi truck, let alone a load of coils. Yeah, know your I was gonna say know your worth, but that's not what I mean. Like know your job, I guess is a better way to phrase that. That'd be like me. If I went out and got a flatbed and you saw me pull up to a place that loads coils, that's like a dangerous place because I don't know how to secure it. I know my limitations. I now know that you can't go Bahaing in an international LT, no matter how cool you think the truck looks. It's not a good idea. But no, when it comes to load securement, I wouldn't be comfortable hauling coils or things that I've never hauled before. I look at some of these pipes or even like the plastic drainage pipes. They seem like they would be easy to strap down. I know the rules for how many straps you need per feet and crap like that because I've worked with that for a long time, but I've never hauled that like over the road. So I would need training. Like if I bought a flatbed, I would want to lease on to a carrier and be like, let me ride with somebody for a while, because even though I've been in the industry 25 years, there's things I don't know how to do. And I'm not somebody that has too big of an ego and thinks I can do it all, because I know I can't. And I don't want to hurt myself. Like I always want to make it home. You know what I mean? I don't want to die out here on the road, you know? No, I'm not talking about being too cheap to run the truck to keep me warm. I'm talking about when I blow my engine up in Virginia that time. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sucks. I remember you making all those videos. You made quite a few videos leading up to that incident, and then you made videos about that incident. And I couldn't imagine. I know you weren't, I don't want to say too, well, you've shared it all. Like you were in a tough time as a business, and that's got to suck. I haven't experienced that yet as a business owner. I'm sure someday I will. I've experienced scary things that, when this truck's turbo actuator went out and they told me, hey, it's probably going to be the full turbo. You're looking at I think they said $13,000 or $15,000. 6 days after I bought the truck, I was scared, man. I'm not going to lie. That sucked. That was money I did not want to spend. And I'm thankful I didn't have to. Barry says, why are we trucking? Company or lumpers are making all the money these days. Yeah, no kidding, Barry. Maybe we should start some sort of lumper service. Funky Cole Medina, there you go. Yeah, lumper services are ridiculous, man. So there is a customer that I deliver for that they allow you to help them unload your trailer if you want to. And I have found out that when I go into their building, and it's a big grocery warehouse. I don't want to say the name of the facility because, well, screw it. It's US Foods. US Foods, there's two of them that will allow you on the dock and allow you. Now, you don't have to help them, but if you do help them, Capstone's not unloading you. Normally, if you say, no, I want to hire a lumper, it's Capstone. But if you say, no, you'll help unload the trailer, it's actually a US Foods employee. It's like their receiving guy that receives all the stuff that Capstone does. And what he'll do is he'll unload your trailer for you. You help him break it down and sticker it, and then there's no lumper fee. And you know what? It does. You get in and out of there very quickly. I showed up one day. This is how I found out. I showed up to a US Foods with one pallet. I think it had 50 cases on it. And they're like, go talk to the lumper company. So I did. And the lumper company is like, hey, we're short staffed. It's going to be a while. I said, well, can I unload the truck myself? And they said, yeah, go meet this guy. So I walked to my door, met the actual receiving guy. He pulled the pallet off, and I think we broke it down to 25 cases. So I broke down one pallet and made it 2, and he's signed my paperwork. He said, okay, you're good to go. And I said, what about the lumper fee? He's like, oh, there's no lumper. You did the work, which I can see why there wouldn't be a charge, but I didn't know that at the time. So yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. David Edwards is in the house. Hey, buddy, how's it going? It's going good, man. We're just hanging out in the hotel. I made the mistake of turning the news on earlier. And then I was talking to my wife. So my whole family, let me share this. My whole family, I'm going to say, is pressuring me and manipulating me into buying a hot tub and setting up a hot tub outside where I live, which y'all know I live in Minnesota and it's freaking freezing cold in the wintertime. But a lot of people have hot tubs and go sit in them in the winter and, yada, yada, yada. And my neighbor has one. They just got one. They bought one of these like inflatable ones. But I guess it's pretty cool. My wife's gone out and hung out in it with the neighbor lady, and she and my daughters have been on me now for about a year. We need to get a hot tub. We need to get a hot tub. And I was going live tonight, and my wife had texted me and said, tell everybody to Cash App you or Super Chat you because you're not home to rub my shoulders and we need a hot tub. And I thought that was pretty funny. Somebody did. Sterling's in the house with a $22 super chat. Thank you, Sterling. Why don't anyone super chat? Beard fund. Hashtag beard fund. Yeah, super chats have gone down. I think, Sterling, I've even slowed down on the people I super chat. I think people are concerned with money, man, and that's cool. I appreciate the $22, Sterling, for real. I really do. Thank you for that. But yeah, I think I might be getting a hot tub. But if I buy a hot tub, so we had northern lights at our house. See if I can bring this picture up too. The last few nights we've had northern lights at our house. And if I buy a hot tub, I want to create like a gazebo style hot tub that I can put a TV out there and all kinds of stuff. I'm trying to find these pictures. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, I think this is pretty damn cool too. I wonder if you can see it in there. The lights probably, but if you can see right here in the background, the sky is green. We had northern lights at our house for like 2 or 3 nights. And I guess it was super cool. And I think man, it'd be cool to have a hot tub and sit out there. Griff says, remember you have 50 gallons emergency tank on the reefer. LOL. Dude, that's a great, I would have forgot about that, Griff. Thanks for reminding me. Fate don't know anything about Tone Loc. Oh, I know Tone Loc. That was before his time. Hell no. I know who Tone Loc is. And I also think one of the characters in a movie was named Tone Loc. Or what was the character's name in, what was that TV show with the Wayans brothers? Wasn't that guy's name, like the character's name, Tone Loc? WCF Invader says, I'll just say this much. We live in a world that there is good and evil. Unfortunately, there is no preventing evil. There will always be people wanting to do evil acts. Yeah. Yeah. I think we live in a very toxic society right now. I'll just come out and say it. We live in a very toxic society, and it's been promoted. It's been promoted to attack things you don't believe in and shoot people down and treat them like crap. Vice versa, like everybody's like that. You know what I mean? We live in a very weird society right now. What's your CB handle? I don't have a CB handle. Cash is King says, acknowledge your value. Yeah, Cash, I had made the wrong statement about know your worth. I meant to say, like, kind of know my place in trucking. If I show up with a flatbed and I'm trying to load coils, I would run away, guys. Like, if you ever see me, run away. Barry says his handle should be Walleye Kid. Yeah, Walleye Kid, Soda Kid, SOTA, Soda Kid. I love my state. For all you that don't know, I hate winter. Like, winter has, the older I get, winter is not as enjoyable as it once was to me. I used to spend a lot of time outside in the winter, snowmobiling, snowboarding, ice fishing, hockey. And now the only thing I like to do in the winter is ice fish. I don't snowboard anymore. One of the last times I went snowboarding, so I was okay at it. I wasn't very good at snowboarding, but I would, I could do some freestyle stuff on a snowboard. I wasn't as, my brother is fantastic, still to this day is fantastic at snowboarding. But I took a jump and I landed on my shoulder so hard that then my head came down and, like, I thought I broke my jaw. And I had massive concussion and all kinds of crap. And I haven't been on a snowboard since, because I had to wake up and go to work the next day. And I remember, like, not being able to move. And so I quit snowboarding. And that's kind of why I don't play hockey anymore. Because if I play hockey, I need to play like 3 times a week. I can't be one of these, like, one night, one bar league game a night type of guy, because the way I play hockey, I play it very aggressively. So I'm always sore. And the only way to combat that soreness is by playing at least 3 times a week. So yeah, and my job now doesn't allow me to play hockey, but that's why I don't play hockey anymore either. Sterling says my CB handle is fad guy, because that's they all say when I drive by. No, nobody calls you the fat guy when you drive by, Sterling. At least I wouldn't. I'm also not a guy that, like, when I'm driving and people are passing me, I'm looking at them. I'll sometimes go like this as they drive by, because I sit far enough back that if you look into my window when you're passing me, you're not going to see me. Like, you're going to see my hands, so I'll just go like this as they drive by. Cash is King says my flatbed training was years ago. I hauled a load of lumber in a radio flyer. Yeah, that's been a while. 4-wheel wagon, right? Good old radio flyer. Oh, here we go. Freaking Jackknife. Jackknife, you know what I love about you, man? Is you rip the crap out of me, but then you send me, like, pretty cool emails. You know what I mean? Like, nice emails. So here we go. It wouldn't take long here, or wouldn't take long there, Crash Bandit, if you keep up with all the hotel reviews. Yeah, I haven't done a review on this hotel. It's not a bad hotel. Problem is, I'm in the middle of nowhere. But yeah. Hey, Wheel Burner, if you're still in here, did you make it home? Weren't you going home? WCF Invader says, my CB handle is Prime because when they pass me, they wonder what happened to all my Prime details. 55 miles an hour equals gold, boys. Yes, it does. Driving, I've shared this with the new truck. My new truck, I am getting at times like 3 miles a gallon better than what I did in the Mac. I would say, I haven't done an IFTA report yet. Obviously, that's coming up. And I don't do it. My carrier does that for me and then just emails it to me. But I'm at least probably 1.9 miles a gallon better in my new truck versus the Mack consistently. And the other thing is hold on. What was I going to say? Something about fuel economy. Oh, and I'm not driving I'm driving the speed limits, guys. And I've shared before in my Mack, I drove 57 to 62 miles an hour in that truck. This new truck, I haven't slowed down. I haven't added anything. Like I added wheel covers and air tabs to my Mack. I plan on doing that to this International as well. I just haven't done it yet. And my fuel economy is fantastic. I mean, I got high 8s the other day running. I mean, it was only what was that? Like 365 miles from New Jersey to Connecticut, but I was fully loaded and I took Highway 84 up there. Highway 84 is, you're climbing hills on Highway 84. And I got in the high 8s. Granted, the weather was super nice too. It was like a 60-degree day. If I start seeing that in my truck, I just had a buddy text me earlier that has, granted, his truck's newer than mine. He just texted me on 1,300 miles. His truck is getting 10.7 miles a gallon. That's crazy. I mean, if my truck can achieve that, I'll be rich, Once again, Sterling, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Jackknife Cash says, lumping my own loads is much easier with Cash's truck stop boner pills. Beat the brakes off of it. That's what they tell me, Cash. Beats the brakes off of it. Yeah, David laughing. No, come on, 7Cs. I'm definitely not trying to be him. Not that I have a problem with him. I know I said his phrase, and it's because it was the first thing that came into mind, but that's not what I meant. Cassius King says, are you sure those are northern lights, or is that the uranium water leaking from the Monticello nuclear power plant? No, I guess it was all over the news that it was northern lights. And, well, you probably couldn't have seen them where you live. Your reefer fuel is red. Yeah, you use all that off-road diesel in living color. I use off-road diesel when I'm in Wisconsin. Like I'll fill up with off-road diesel when I'm in Wisconsin. There's two truck stops right off of, I always call it 94, but I know it's like 90 and 39. But you have one truck stop in New Lisbon. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. It's like exit 60 or 65 or 66. One of those exits. You can get, it's Highway Harry's, or is it Highway Henry's? I don't remember. But you can get off-road diesel there, and you can also get off-road diesel in Poynette, Wisconsin, exit 115, right across the highway from the Loves that's there. And that's usually where I get mine. WCF Invader says, toxic is right. The vast majority of people are very good-natured people. Yeah, I agree with that. The other thing is, though, like I definitely watch where I am these days, a little different. Homie, don't play that. That's right, Gary Bates. Homie, don't play DAT. That's good, Gary. That's good. Well, this is kind of funny. WCF Invader says, at Cash, you putting fruit punch in there again? LOL. Barry says, no wonder you are depressed. Put the Coke down and pick up a Mountain Dew. Yeah, you know what? I switched. So I used to drink Diet Mountain Dew, and now I've started drinking Coca-Cola and sugar-free or zero sugar. And I don't really know why. WCF Invader says, I can get 7.25 miles per gallon at 70 miles an hour loaded, or 9 miles per gallon at 55 miles an hour. I'll be the turtle. Yeah. I support that, WCF Invader. There's times where I hope you pick up the pace, but majority of the time, if you can run at that pace, I have no problem with it. None at all. WCF Invader says, my truck runs 1,200 RPMs at 55 and 1,500. So our trucks were geared the same, the Mac. So when I'm running 66 miles an hour, I am like at 1195, 1,200 RPMs in the new truck. In the Mac, when I was at like 62, I was at like 1,400 RPMs. So the way your truck's geared right now sounds like the way my Mac was geared. But my new truck, I have 264 rear ends in my truck now. 7 Seas Transport says, I was talking about the hot tub setup. Okay, what I missed, 7 Seas? I'm going back here. I see. Just trucking. Yeah, I like his setup. No, so I have a buddy that lives in Florida. Now, granted, Florida and Minnesota are definitely two completely different places, but he's got a cool setup in his backyard where his swimming pool is like fully enclosed with what I would call a 4-season porch. I don't know what you call it in Florida because I know that's not what they call it. But like he's got it all set up with TVs on the wall and stuff like that. And that's what I'd want to do. I mean, if I'm going out and sitting in the hot tub and drinking a Coke, I want to watch, a movie or something out there. Why not? Yes. Okay. Exit 61. Exit 61. Yep. See, I forgot, Cash. WCF Invader says, I don't run reefer, but why do you use red diesel? I know it's tax-free. Don't you get cheaper fuel with your discounts? Just don't see the reason to run red diesel. So sometimes the price of off-road diesel beats the price of our discounts, depending on where you are. Okay. I know when I fill up at those two places to get off-road diesel, it's cheaper than what my discount is at like TA, right? Or it's because I'm usually a lot of mud flap stops will have off-road diesel too. I noticed, where was I? West Virginia. I saved like $1.25 per gallon using mud flap, which if you haven't downloaded the mud flap app yet, please do. I'm not saying it's the best fuel discounts out there, but if you're just one truck, one new authority, and you don't have a lot of credit yet with a good fuel card, you're going to save more money using mud flap than the 15 cents Loves is going to give you. I have a promo code Fate Trucking, but use Cash's or use DIY's promo code. Just download that app and periodically on your route, check to see what the fuel prices are, because sometimes I'll say right now, so fuel's coming down, right? Or at least it was before I broke down. Maybe when I get back on the road again, it's going to be freaking $5 a gallon. But what ends up happening with like the fuel discounts I get is when fuel starts dropping a little bit, I will see huge fuel discounts. I mean, massive. Where I'm going to pay $3.25 a gallon, where the pump price is $5. Like that's my fuel discounts. But when I see fuel level off, that's when the discounts aren't great. You know what I mean? They're like 80 cents, 60 cents. Where then I'll look at mud flap, and mud flap will be like $1.05. So I'll start using mud flap. And then once fuel starts adjusting again, whether it's going up or going down again, that's when the big companies start throwing out great fuel discounts again, at least with the cards I have through my carrier and my personal cards. But yeah, if you don't have Mudflap yet and you're an owner operator, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. I think it's one of those things that we should check in, that you should definitely check in on. All right, David's got to take off, says, be well, everybody. Yeah, take care, David. Have a great night. WCF Invader says, I put just about every type of aerodynamic cheap to get the best economy possible and can't break 7.25 miles per gallon or mile. Yeah, you mean miles per gallon at 70 miles an hour. Trailer skirts, flow below kit on trailer and tractor, fifth wheel slid all the way up. Hey, you know what though, WCF Invader? Like, if you're traveling 70 miles an hour and getting 7.2 miles a gallon, like, that's good. Like, if you can average 7 miles a gallon, I'm not saying that's great, but it's good. I don't care what anybody tells you. Like, you're doing better than any hood truck, unless they're crawling. Maybe your older Columbias or classics might be right around that same miles per gallon, 7 miles a gallon. But for the most part, you're doing pretty good at 70 at 7.2. And yeah, like you said, you can only put on so much, you know what I mean, before you don't get a return on your investment. Grade 8 or Tennessee Trucking's in the house. Good evening, Faye. Good evening, sir. How are you? Hope everything's good with you. At grade 8, it sounds like 264 is what I need in my next truck. I believe mine is 224 or something like that. Yeah, so that was part of the other reason why I bought the truck I bought. I mean, I shared with you guys when I purchased the truck that I know people are going to hate it. People don't like International. I didn't buy it for people to like it. I bought it as a tool. And when I did all the research and I looked at pricing, it made sense for me to buy the truck I bought. And I did have help in buying it. I talked to people. I talked to people that owned this style of truck. I talked to people that had Max Force engines, talked to people that had Cummins engines, and I talked to people that had the A26, which, update, the shop that I'm at right now, he asked me when I pulled up, he goes, do you have an A26 in there? And I said, no. And he goes, oh, bummer. And I go, why? He goes, I work on a fleet of a carrier, just bought like 30 of them like a year ago. And he goes, they are awesome engines. So that's coming from a shop that, when he saw it was a Cummins, he's like, oh, cool, you got a Cummins, which, man, my Cummins, the torque in that, 1,750 pounds of torque. Come on now. I guess now that I have a Cummins, I got to talk about it. But yeah, do what you can for your truck and trailer, man. It's important. Insults back. Well, welcome back, sir. Welcome back. Grade 8 Transportation says at WCF, I don't have flow below or trailer skirt. Skirt and a rocktail are on order. Yeah, so I don't have skirts on my trailer. I have, what do they call it? Smart trucking system or something? So I have like the big diffuser that is in front of the tandems. It's like a diffuser that sits right in front of the tandems, and it's supposed to push the air out or under. And when it pushes it under, it doesn't come back up. It pushes it under and out. Seems to work, WCF Invader says, thanks, Fade. I keep hearing these guys talk about 9 miles per gallon, and I think I'm doing something wrong. Honestly, the gearing ratio is the only thing I dislike about my starter truck. Hey, WCF Invader, it sounds like you and I are in the same position, or were in the same position. I didn't like the gearing of my Mac, and I didn't like the comfortability aspect. Here's the thing, WCF Invader. You're going to hear guys talk about 10 miles a gallon. There's so much to take into that. You don't know what they're hauling. You don't know how much weight they've been under. All that stuff plays a role. You know what I mean? You don't know what lane they're running. I can say that guy that I shared that sent me a text earlier and said he showed me a picture of 10 miles a gallon. I know that he runs like pretty mountainy terrain, or he'll run down south where it's warm, flatter. But, I also know that there's guys that run mountains all year, and they'll run with 30 to 40,000 pounds in the box, and they're getting 7.5 miles per gallon. And I think that's good. I think that's good. Barry says, Bulldog sends his regards, says his leaf springs are properly anchored and rebounding nicely. I'm glad that Mac Bulldog is doing good. Barry. You're never gonna let me live that down, are you? Selling the Mac. I'll say this, Barry. It was time for me to move on. I do miss that truck, though. I'll be the first to admit I'm not sure I noticed a difference from the Flow Below kit. The Transtex trailer skirt definitely about a mile per gallon saving all day long. Yeah, that's kind of what I talked about once about the wheel covers. I didn't notice like a great improvement. I probably noticed like a 1% improvement putting those on, and probably another 2% with the air tabs. I will say the air tabs made a huge difference in control and stability. Like nobody can argue that. It made a huge difference, especially the lanes I run, Minnesota to the East Coast highway. I'm on Highway 80 in Ohio, or I'm climbing the mountains on 81 and a lot of crosswinds. Massive difference the minute I put air tabs on that truck. You look at your email, dude. I emailed you back today, bro. Or did you just email me again? Let me check. You did. I'm sorry. No, I didn't see that, Jackknife. And you know what, Jackknife? I don't know how long I'm going to stay on here. I'll say this. I'll send out a link, or I'll post a link if I'm going to be on when Cash gets back or whatever. Plus, you'll make me look dumb. But what the hell? How do I do this from here? Let me, super entertaining. I get it. I got to figure out how to do this real quick, Jackknife. All right, hold on. I'll say this, Jackknife, if you come in, at no point are we getting political. Is that cool with you, man? If you can agree to that, we can talk trucking, but at no point, check your email, by the way, are we going to talk politics, okay? Seven Seas Transport says, must be careful when getting opinions of trucks from people. They will usually tell you it's the greatest just because it's what they have. Yeah, I can see that being the case. And I know here's the thing, like, I know you and I are probably different on the trucks we drive, right? I mean, you've made comments before, and I've actually not hated on hood trucks and stuff like that. But I do think sometimes talking to people that, let's say you have an idea of you want to get a T680, let's say, right? I think it's a good idea to like talk to people that have them. You know what I mean? And not just one person, but multiple people. That's what I did when I purchased this International. Is I talked to 3 different people that I knew owned this truck. They trusted me enough to actually send me like proof, like documentation on IFTA and things like that, because that's what I asked for. Because I do think sometimes people, you know, not that they make things up, but like, you know, if I get 8 miles a gallon for a month or so, maybe I think my truck gets 8 miles a gallon, and then I do my IFTA and it's 7.2, right? Like that's a possibility. Because I only looked at it for a month and not the whole quarter. And so I asked people, hey, would you be comfortable sending me this? Or, you know, what's the biggest breakdown cost you had? What do you see as like routine maintenance? Like I found out that on the X15 that the turbo actuator is something that goes out on them. I know I skipped comments. I'm sorry. It moved on me. Yes, they are. 7Cs Transport Max are built tough as hell, but they ride hell. It's not a super comfortable ride. What's politics? Well, check your email, Jackknife. Can you see where the air tabs would be a game changer? Just like the rear spoiler of a race car, small adjustments can make a big difference. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. And like I said, I noticed a big change on the stability. I noticed a big change on stability when I added the air tabs. I wish I could give you more information on they weren't expensive. They were $250. So I know for how long did I have them on there? We'll say 5 months. I know my return on investment was paid for it in that amount of time, because I started getting a little better fuel economy. But I would purchase them just for the stability. I mean, I'm going to put them on this truck, not because I want better fuel economy, but because I want the stability, because I definitely can tell the difference. Grade A Transportation says, WCF, also you should feel good about getting that on a starter truck. I'm on my 3rd truck before getting the setup I want. Yes, that's important too. I think a lot of us, hold on. I think a lot of us sometimes forget, how do I say this without pissing people off? Okay, so I became an owner operator in 2020, right? And all of a sudden the market just took off. At that time, I could have gone out and bought a more expensive truck than that Mack, right? But I don't think I would be in the position I'm in now had I done that. I don't think that would have been a position of strength for me. I think that would have been me getting that instant gratification of a new truck. It's just like buying this International, guys. I bought the International for a reason, for many reasons. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Hey, person waiting, give me a thumbs up.
Yeah.
There you are. What up, Jackknife?
Cool.
How are you? Hello? Bow chicka wow wow. There you go. I got you, bud.
Yeah, I had to get off the internet. I guess the Wi-Fi wasn't TV was I guess bothering or whatnot.
Are you playing video games right now?
No. I had it on Dex. I had it hooked up to the phone like a computer.
Oh, okay.
So,
How are you doing today?
I'm doing peachy, just peachy. Could be worse.
So
I just picked up a short little load and pretty much maybe did 150 miles a day and made $700.
nice. Are
Yeah.
you out on the East Coast?
Yeah. I didn't even leave like downtown area. I only went to Bethlehem. Picked up that guy's trailer that I guess he had problems or broke down, and he never checked. I guess the temperature when it left, and I don't know how many days he's had it in there, but he's had a -50 load sitting at 30 degrees for a few days. So
Oh, geez.
yeah, so a -5 sitting there. I don't know, probably a couple days at 30 degrees.
Holy cow. So you did a video the other day about your reefer unit wouldn't fire up and you had to jump it. Did you get rid of that trailer? Are all your loads, like if you're going from Tyson to Tyson, is it drop and hook?
It's pretty much power only.
Okay.
So some of it's usually Tyson's always drop and hook. Very rarely is it ever what do you want to call it per se, live load. Now some of the loads I drop off are live loads,
Right.
but even then most of them are even drop and hook.
So I know when you started, and this was before you got the new truck, you were kind of talking about what you were doing, what you were making. Are you still happy with the decision you made to lease on to a carrier and get off of your own authority?
Well, I never had my authority. So,
that's right.
I did in the beginning there when everything hit the fan, and then I dropped it, and then I've been pretty much a lease owner operator ever since. So
right, but the experience is still going good for you.
So far, I'm still making more than I was before. More than I would be making if I was probably a company driver right now. So
that's good. So your terminal, you had talked about, you're not talking about certain things right now, or how do I phrase this? You found out certain areas pay different than like the area you run.
Yeah. I found out different areas pay different than what I run. I guess they have different.
So let me ask you this. I'm from Minnesota. I know you live in Pennsylvania. Could I get on like the lanes that you run if I was to leave my carrier, or is it based on where like you live?
It's based on. I mean, I guess it depends, but I think it's more based on. Well, it's more based on where you live. But I guess if you don't ever want to go home, or very rarely go home, I guess you could. If there's a need for it. But this place so far, they're kind of on a hiring freeze anyway. They've been inundated by people left and right. So
have they really?
Yeah, and to be honest, some of the people they hired are not exactly the the brightest in the bunch. For sure.
Yeah. Well, you seem lately like you've been running a lot. I mean, when was the last time you got home?
I was just home this weekend.
Oh, were you? Maybe it's just that you create so much content that you always look like you're out on the road.
Technically, I'm home right now, so.
Oh, okay.
We're out in the packed driveway, so. I just had to put some camera equipment away, and we just got done putting the kids away, so,
Oh, nice.
It's good. So, it's easier to do it here, because then they come down like 100 times and want to get on YouTube, so.
Right. Your kids aren't afraid of YouTube?
No. The one thinks he's going to be some YouTube prodigy and make millions of dollars on it.
Hey, you never know, man. We live in a society where like that's possible, or like we live in a time where that's possible.
I don't know how possible, but I guess it's possible.
It is too.
It's not realistic, but it's possible.
Yeah. Let me read a couple of comments because I'll get so far behind just chatting with you. Barry says we need this Volvo. Oh, hold on. We need this Volvo with the legacy sleeper I saw earlier. Fuel economy probably isn't worth a damn, but comfortable would have been amazing. Yeah, I think those big studio or like those basically apartments. You're limited on what you can haul. I mean, because you're so damn heavy. I think a lot of those are hauling things that like medical supplies or something like that, where you have to park in certain areas. They force you to park in certain areas.
Most of them can only haul like 38 to 40,000 pounds at most if they're lucky.
Well, that one guy, there's a guy on YouTube. I used to watch him all the time. Is it Trucker Dave? You know who I'm talking about. I think he works for Mercer. He hauls
He got
flatbed.
that 379, yeah.
Yeah, he's got one of those.
Yeah, he ended up getting the 379 stretched out.
Has he ever talked?
He's a lot lighter though than the newer ones though, because you don't have all that emission stuff on that truck. So he's probably still about 2,000 or 3,000 pounds lighter.
Has he ever talked about like how much he can haul? I wonder. Yeah, I wonder.
I think when he first got it, he scaled it out and came up with what he could haul and everything.
Okay.
I'd imagine he could probably haul like 40,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Maybe 42, because it's a thing about it. He's running I think it's an all aluminum. I think it's an all aluminum Dorsey trailer. So that trailer is probably maybe only 7,000 pounds, 8,000 pounds.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah. And then he might you're talking about 15 to 2,000 pounds of flatbed gear. So he's under 10,000 pounds with the trailer probably and his gear. So.
Huh. Wow. I thought he would. Yeah. Like I said, I don't know. I've never even been in a truck like that. They're cool looking, but I probably.
The best I've seen so far is, I think, who is it? I want to say it's Cobalt or something with a C. They make like a 102-inch sleeper or 99-inch sleeper, and it pretty much has like a shower and bathroom right over here. You still have a little closet, and then you have like a little kitchenette and a bed, and that's it. It's the truck's kind of long, but it's in that sweet spot where you have a lot of creature comforts, but it's not super long. It's not like a 300 inch wheelbase,
right?
389. You still get a lot more than you would normally get. At least you have a bathroom, a shower, and a little kitchenette.
So I got a question for you, because it's based on my new name that you came up with, Crash Bandit, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Those new Kenworth new next gen truck that you're in, right? When you go in reverse, does it just automatically make you crash into the back of your truck?
It has an airbag inflation device that keeps you from tapping things.
So you know how Cash is all about Cash did it first? You know how Cash likes that? Cash did it first. So who crashed first? Can we say Jackknife crashed first? Hashtag Jackknife crashed first?
I did a love tap.
Okay.
Yeah, and then that nor'easter decided to rip it off. Whatever the hell that was. It was right before that windstorm over there in Maine.
Yeah, I remember that.
I was coming across the what the hell is that? I guess. Well, I still call it the Tappan Z's, but
it is the Tappan Z, but they renamed it
Como.
Yeah, but it is the Tappan Z Bridge.
And I was going across it empty, which I should have been doing that day. I'll tell you that. But it got ripped off there. The wind came on a corner, and I thought it just ripped it the rest of the way off or something. I was like, shit. Probably like a $2,000 part. So
it's such a shitty feeling, isn't it?
I can't get anything for this truck. They don't make anything yet for it. Like there's hardly any chrome out for it. I want to try to put LED lights in it. Headlights. Swap it over to the factory headlights. I can't get them either.
Holy cow!
It's in limbo. So I can imagine if I got in an accident, how long it would take to get parts.
Yeah, it's such a shitty feeling when you do something. I mean,
and to be honest, I'm kind of I don't know. I'm kind of a little bit irritated with the fit and finish and build quality of this thing. Just a hair bit.
Really?
It's like, yeah, a lot of rattles. My alignment that they kind of fix is kind of getting bad again. It needs to go to ND alignment. Is what it needs to do. I have a coolant leak somewhere. I've had to put about, I don't know, maybe a quarter of a bottle of coolant in it. I don't know where the hell the coolant's going.
Oh man.
The injectors are starting to make noise, and apparently apparently there's a problem with that. They're in the process of trying to make new injectors for them or redesign them, and right now all they've been doing is cleaning them. So yeah.
Yeah,
Sometimes in the morning I start this up, like in the one video when I first put that 360 camera up, you'll hear it knocking pretty good in one of the injectors.
it's always something. That's what. How do I say this? I'm not saying we don't show it, but Barry says that damn wind is the devil, Bobby. I put Bobby in there, but yeah, a lot of us experience that because it's always something. No matter how, like, if I don't have a breakdown or have like some sort of maintenance issue or have to do something for a month or two, I know, like, I get that thought in the back of my head that, well, this month's going to suck. Like, something's going to happen. And, even something as stupid as a leaf spring, you would think every dealership in this area would have leaf springs for the truck. And they don't even have that.
No, not really. I mean, that's technically, where you should have probably checked first? Looked up semi-truck suspension shops.
So I did that.
Yeah,
I did that.
2 or 3 right out here. I probably could have that, or well, where you're at is a really shitty area. I'll tell you that. That's
don't say where.
No, I know.
Okay.
But yeah, right where you're at though is like a pretty.
Yeah.
You're in no man's land. So I end up delivering loads down there, or picking up chicken way down there.
So I actually did that. Like, I called a heavy spring and suspension place who said they could do the work, but they're like, we don't have that style of spring. And they couldn't get me in. Like, they're like, we can get you in.
I know. I probably know which one you're talking about. And
Yeah.
they're really slammed. They got real good business there.
Yeah.
They're off 89 up there.
Super busy place, I guess. I think this guy that's got my truck right now is doing me a favor. And I'm not trying to like say that he's.
Because I know the salvage yard out by me has 2 or 3 LTs sitting in there right now.
Do they really?
They just went out and probably yanked the freaking spring off of it, and that's why I was surprised. I'm surprised you couldn't find a salvage yard down there that had one. And even then, I think the spring on your truck is I think it's the same damn spring as a Pro Star, to be honest with you. They didn't change anything really on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen the suspension.
Like an LT is just they just changed the aerodynamics of it. It's still a Pro Star really.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, hopefully tomorrow the part comes in, and I'm hoping by Wednesday, the latest Thursday. I'm hoping Wednesday I'm ready to go. I'm going stir crazy sitting in this hotel. There's only so many cable channels that I can watch and so many videos on YouTube that I want to watch. So your deal, can you share a little bit about what you do? Is it like, how do I say, do they dispatch you on every load, or do they have like a list of loads that are available that you can choose from? Or do they say we have this, we have this, we have this? How does that?
Well, they usually dispatch me out of Pottsville, and then I just go, wherever they want me to after that. They ask me, if I need to go somewhere or want to go home or whatever, but pretty much, I'll like come out of Pottsville. I'll go down to, I don't know, let's see, what a couple places are down there. Like I might come out of Pottsville. I might go down to BJ's there in Maryland. I might go down to, where's that one Walmart? There's a Walmart down there in I'm trying to remember where it is in Virginia. There's like a Walmart DC in Virginia I sometimes go to. The Aldi's.
Yep.
There's an Aldi's down there in DePepis, Virginia.
And then where do you go from there?
Usually I'll end up going to like Glen Allen over there in Virginia, picking up in Glen Allen plant that they're closing, unfortunately. Or I'll go over to I got a plant in North Carolina. I forget what the hell the name of that place is at. I think it's off of 66 over in North Carolina.
Okay.
I go down that way. I just end up going to one of their plants and coming back up here and either delivering it back to the DC to get relayed somewhere else, or they'll stick it in for storage, for product. Or I'll end up coming to Walmart, I'll go up to Dobihana, or I'll even Pottsville sometimes. It just depends where the product is at. So I pretty much just shuttle back and forth, really.
Now, that sounds like a good gig. I mean, it really does. It sounds like it's
usually pretty timed. If they get me if I get in a good groove, I don't take off, or I don't get it, because sometimes if I don't get a load quick enough, they'll already give all the loads out for the day or whatever, or the week, they'll plan it. So I'll have to wait the next day or whatever. But usually it's once I, if I come back in the groove, I'm going the whole time, as long as I don't have any hiccups or anything.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that, how do I say it? It's when I say easy, I know trucking's not easy, and I know our jobs aren't easy. So that's not what I'm not saying, oh, you have an easy job.
Repetitive.
Yeah. And it's
repetitive, and I know it's always there.
Yeah. That's reassuring, I guess. Not easy might be the wrong word.
I'm not sitting looking at the DAT board for 2 or 3 hours in the morning,
Yeah.
then get around the 4-hour mark when it's like 11 o'clock, and you're like, I still haven't found anything that's worth even moving my truck for. Yeah.
Right.
No, I've been there. Then you bobtail out to Pittsburgh the next day. Run out to Pittsburgh empty. Yeah.
No, that sounds like a really good deal. I mean, it really does. And they helped you get a truck. And I mean, is that something they offer everybody? Will they allow you to do a lease?
This isn't through them or anything. This is just an acquaintance they know that I guess they deal with PACCAR Finance.
Okay. All right. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I thought it was through them.
No, it's not directly through them at all.
Okay.
They just have an acquaintance, I guess.
So you talk about Pottsville. I have started delivering a lot of stuff to Pottsville, to that Wegmans.
There's a Wegmans. There's the Walmart.
I've been going to Wegmans a lot.
Dental DC.
And
I was just up at Wegmans up there in New York and Rochester the other day. That's actually where I was going with that load when the Reaper went down. So.
Okay. I run up to Rochester, New York as well, quite a bit. I've started delivering to a lot of different BJ DCs too, in Massachusetts, Connecticut, or not Massachusetts, Connecticut and Maryland.
It's Connecticut.
Yeah, Connecticut.
Yeah, the one where you got to come in and then sit in line with all the guys parked where they're not supposed to be. And
Yep.
Yeah, you got to go in, go around to the back, park, and then come back around to the one side, check in, and go back around.
Yeah.
You're trying to do it while you're trying to do it, not putting yourself on, drive. Yeah, fucking idling around a 5 hour.
The Maryland one was like that too. You're sitting there forever to check in, and then they have you park, and then you have to drive around the whole building again and come out the exit and go back in the entrance. And you're trying not to trip your clock. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I got screwed the other day. You know where the what is it? The McLean over in where is that? Fredericksburg.
Oh, yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
where you park across the street. At that. Now everybody uses it for their own private parking lot, but you park across the street. Yeah, nothing like idling through the stoplight there at 5 miles an hour. Go across. Yeah,
it's I wonder if so everybody talks about trying to petition certain regulations and stuff right now, and it's usually involving brokers. But I wonder if there could be some way that we could petition.
It used to be. It used to be back in the day when they first started it. They didn't go all head on into ELDs. It used to be your carrier picked what they wanted the speed to be. Most of them did 10 mile an hour.
Okay.
So and that's reasonable, Mike. At least you could, if you had to like move out of somebody's way or you're in a parking spot or something, you could at least kind of move at a decent pace out of somebody's way. But then they got into the whole mandate and somebody picked 5 mile an hour for some God knows reason.
It shouldn't count against us when we're already there and forced to wait.
Well, what do they think you're going to do? What do you think you're going to do? Idle down the shoulder of the road for 100 miles an hour? Like I don't know.
Yeah. I wish that's what could change.
That's what I would do. I would put it if I had any control, it would be a 10 or 15 mile an hour, just so at least you can get out of the way and get, if you're at a truck stop, you had to move over a space or something, just to not impeding everybody.
No. Well, the British have shown up. Well, I guess Stuart was in here earlier, but now Nomadic Brit's in here. So
and his new engine.
But yeah, no, it's been not a very enjoyable couple of days just sitting in a hotel room. They have a good breakfast. I've been waking up eating breakfast.
This is a little bit of a setback for you anyway, because it's not even been a month since it's been just about a month since you were down before over there in Philadelphia.
Yeah, but that got fixed.
It was like 2 days.
I lost a day with that, but I didn't lose, I didn't lose a load on that because I had delivered and then needed to get a break in. So I didn't book anything until the following day. If
you were there a little bit longer that day, I would have probably went right. You've probably been right there next to you because I ended up delivering right around the corner there to the hell was it? Some food meat place or something right there.
Yeah, I had never been
right next to it. Yeah.
I had never been to that part of Philadelphia before. They called it, I think, North Philly or something like that. I had never been to that part.
Not North. It's Northeast Philly.
Northeast Philly, yes. Thank you. Okay, yeah. See,
you talking about North Philly? You're talking about like Cheltenham Avenue and Germantown. One time those were beautiful old mansions and stuff, and now it's like it's a whole different world. So.
Yeah, that's
You go up far enough, it starts turning to money. So
this guy can't catch a break. Old school, new school says, I found out I'm down until Wednesday.
What's wrong with his truck now?
I don't remember, but he's been down he's been down a long time now. I forget where he is. I think he's in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Right now.
Yeah, I think he's in Albuquerque, if I remember right. But yeah, I'm sitting here in a hotel. Yeah, and I'm not. Here's the thing, I didn't even remember. I forgot I was already broke down once in this new truck.
That's it. When you were talking about that, I knew it wasn't your turbo. Right when it first happened, I was like, he's freaking out over nothing. You wouldn't trust me. You would have knew if it was your turbo.
Well, so I wasn't blowing smoke or anything, but I had absolutely no acceleration. Now I don't have a boost gauge on this truck. I did on my old truck. So I would have known then okay, yeah, it's scared
Is that better?
me though,
Yeah, I think your internet
because
went down a little bit.
they're the ones that told me that when your actuator goes out, that sometimes they're like jackknife rate a little bit computer screen internet. Oh, where'd he go? Can you guys still hear me? Here, I'm going to scroll down to the comments here real quick. All right, let me see if he can come back in here.
Yo,
Yo,
you turned into a robot there for a second. I don't know. I guess you either changed cell towers or did something.
yeah, I don't know what happened there. Oh, I'm on the Wi-Fi for the hotel, so I don't know what happened there.
9 o'clock, that means everyone's filling up and turning on their extracurricular activities.
Yeah, right. So it's a transmission issue on the Volvo, and yes, he's in Albuquerque.
Is it an iShift Volvo?
Jackknife, you sound like a robot.
Yeah, that's what you sounded like, was a robot.
I'm just jumping through everything real quick. It is fate having issues with the internet. Too many people on the hotel service. Yeah, that probably is true. I don't think the hotel is very busy. I went down for breakfast this morning, and I was the only one down there. I went to sit in a hot tub earlier, and there's nothing stranger than some fat trucker sitting in a hot tub all by himself. Like,
Who, you?
something ain't right. Yeah, me.
Fat trucker? What the heck are you talking about? What are you, like 160
Well,
freaking weight?
No, I'm more than 160, but you know what I mean. It's just weird sitting in a hot tub by yourself.
Nobody's there to do it.
Yeah.
Screw it, live a little.
He says it is an iShift 2023. Damn, it's a brand new truck.
That's all right. I didn't pull the camera out because I was actually going to try to tow the guy, but I was coming through the construction there, on 78 going west from Allentown. In the left lane, it's like probably was like a 2020 Freightliner Cascadia broken down in the left lane, like brand spanking new. It almost looked like. Couldn't be more than maybe 2 years old. I was going to pull in front of him, pull the chains out and pull him, but it was one of those new ones with the flat nose with the low, I guess the aero package and stuff on it. I was like, I ain't fucking with that. Just sitting there in the left lane, broken down.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Let me give somebody a text here real quick.
New School, Old School said every device gets their own 256 megabytes in return. So I guess they like throttle you for a little bit and they'll kick you back on. Probably they reset the router for everybody or whatnot.
Oh yeah, that probably makes sense. He also says second time with auto-specific issues. Man, that sucks. That sucks. Especially, like you just bought a brand new truck. You would think you would be good for
everything's getting like that though, Scott. I mean, yeah, F8. So
no, you can call me by my name. I don't mind.
Yeah, everything's getting like that though. Like my wife's car is a 2020. What is it? It's a 2020 Traverse, and it's the welds around the what is it? The flex pipe where the mount is. They're cracked and it's leaking already. It's got like 30,000 miles on it.
That's crazy.
Or 40 now. I think it's got like 38 or something.
Well, 7C's Transport says, y'all are crashing. Yeah, well, this is the new crash channel. I choose to bring my truck Bahan. Jackknife just decides to run under trailers as fast as he can. And,
I was so pissed off.
Oh, I can only imagine, bro. I know how mad I was with my truck, and I couldn't imagine if
I still can't believe that leaf spring broke. Like that'd have been, I don't know. That'd have been
maybe
like
some, you guys had talked about that the other day. When Stuart said that it was compromised, Stuart, you, and I think with both feet did the same thing. It might have been. There might have already been some sort of hairline fracture or something in there. I've showed the picture. Like the picture looks like it's just a super clean break, But yeah.
Yeah, well, that's like it broke right where the shackle is, right?
Right. So what would that be? Like right behind it.
Right where you mount it to the knuckle, I guess.
Yes, right behind that.
It's probably a casting issue.
Right behind that. See, I need your setup, man. I need to get a TV in my truck like that.
Well, I have a Samsung phone, so this is technically this is a monitor, like for like a computer, like they call it they make an M5 and M7 monitor. If they call it a smart monitor, but it really is it's a TV basically. But it'll hook up to your computer or whatnot, and you can cast your Samsung phone right to it. Really easy. It's like
okay.
You don't even need Wi-Fi. It'll do it automatically through Samsung's setup or whatever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where'd you get it? Like Best Buy?
Amazon. It's like $250 or whatnot.
Okay.
It's a 27-inch. So I could have got a 32, but I still wanted to be able to like stick stuff underneath of it and stuff. I didn't want it like giant.
Right.
So, then again, it has a mount. It has a mount built right into the truck, so it's.
Yeah, mine's got the mount built in the truck too.
I take it.
Yeah, see, I like that.
Be honest, if I built the truck, I would have had it put like right over in here instead of like right here. I could use this for like, I don't know, a printer or something, some other.
Right.
Put something. It works, I guess, for the most part. Let me see here.
Nomadic Brit's telling us to buy a Range Rover Sport.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, airbag suspension in those. Those are nice. I actually have a friend that's got one of those. They're a nice vehicle.
I used to work on them. So.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did Jaguar Land Rover.
Okay. So what are you looking up now?
Well, right now I'm trying to hook it up to the Wi-Fi here. They'll let me do it. I was going to look up something I remember seeing. Where the heck's the enter button at?
So you got a bunk heater in that truck?
No, I don't have. This was supposed to have the Kim system in it. It has about 50% of the Kim system in it. It has the tank moved back for the batteries and everything. It has the whole kit for the bunk heater. It has the exhaust, the plate, and everything. But they didn't have the same thing too. How I got shipped out of the LED headlights. They just production problems, I guess. Their vendors didn't have the product or whatnot, or they gave it to when they did have anything, it probably went to the larger carriers that ordered first. So I got gypped out of a lot of stuff.
Is it something that they'll eventually put on for you?
No, they just reimbursed it. Like technically, the truck was supposed to be about. I think it was supposed to be about like 189,000 or something like that. And right now, where it's spec'd at, it's like 168,000.
Okay. So right now,
I was supposed to have a plastic. I was supposed to have the plastic bumper too, the matched painted bumper too. But like I got a chrome one on there, which actually I kind of like it. So I mean, it's not bad. They just had production problems. That's all. And I guess since I don't have a fleet of 100 or 200 or 300, I was the lowest man on the totem pole. So they said either I could wait or I could take the truck now. So
So
Like I found the company that does their Kim system. I'm gonna at least look them up and see if I can order the pieces because I think most of the modules and I think are still in the truck. So I'm gonna see if I can't get the other half of it, the blower box and all that stuff, and put it in and maybe get a. They have a couple different setups for the battery box. They have one that you could either have underneath the truck, one you could stick on the side of the frame rail, kind of like what's the name of it? Tri-Pack, kind of like the Tri-Packs. I can have it on the side. So I'm gonna see if I can't get the rest of that system. Something Phoenix. It's called Night, Nite, Night Phoenix or something. It's a company, and that's who they source all their, I guess, their Kim system out from. So I'm gonna see if I can't get the rest of it and put it in. Because I think too many people are using the Jergens around them right now, so I think his Wi-Fi went again. Switch over to your 5G.
slow again for it here. Why internet?
Yeah, switch over to
Can you hear me?
Switch over to your normal internet on your phone.
I don't get good 5G here
Well, you're working now.
on my phone. Yeah, I'm still on the hotel Wi-Fi.
Like I said, you got all those people using the Jergens around you.
Yeah, well, maybe it's time to quit anyways. I don't have anything else. I don't know what else to talk about. I've asked you all the questions I wanted to ask.
What about you? What are you planning to do with your? Are you going to get an APU for that truck?
No, I think I'm gonna do the generator.
You want to do the generator setup?
Yeah.
See, I like having my room. I hate having like a air conditioner sitting around on the floor and crap. I don't know. Bothers me.
Yeah. So I have a perfect spot that I can put it for when I'm driving. I just don't want to spend, even if I was to get a refurbished APU. You had made that comment earlier about not wanting to spend $1 because you might need it later. I don't, even if I was to get a refurbished one at like $6,500, $7,000, I don't know if I want to spend that money right now.
So here you want to hear something? So borderland truck drivers' salaries in Mexico average $4,400 a year.
What?
Yeah, the Mexican truck drivers, their salaries $4,400 a year.
In Mexico?
No, they run through the border.
So they enter the United States?
Yeah.
And they get paid $4,000 a year?
$4,400 a year is their average salary.
How is that even possible?
I guess they're paid in pesos, I guess. I don't know.
They're paid in pesos? Are they
Mexican.
Mexican companies?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So you know what? It wouldn't surprise me. You know how you're supposed to only haul your own loads back and stuff or whatever. It would not surprise me if they're doing a lot more than that. You know how much money you could make?
Yeah.
You're only paying a what is that? Like a week? Let's see here. That is like, this is the other.
Well, that's 4,000 divided by, or 4,400 divided by 52. That's like $800.
It's like $375 a week. $375 a week.
My God.
You can haul the cheapest TQL loads and still make out like a bandit.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Well, I kind of shared a little bit the other night. Like, I found out from my customer who my competitor is, and I'm at the point where like
Welfare Express.
what?
Welfare Express.
No, it's not a mega fleet. It's
Punji Express.
something like that. Yeah. And I just realized I can't compete with that. I can't compete with that.
Well, that guy,
And
you know that I didn't put it up there, but I was talking a little bit with that. Remember the video I did with the guy that put the air compressor on with the air gun when I changed?
oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, he was talking to me for a little bit, and he was talking about like when he first came over here and all that stuff, and he was talking about how other guys run their that are from India and stuff that run their business and stuff. They'll have guys that come over, they pay for their CDL school, and they're paying them like under the table and stuff, or they're paying them a salary, like a really cheap salary, and they're paying them under the table, but still you're talking about like these guys might only be making like $30,000-$40,000 a year.
Yeah.
So the same thing with some of the Eastern European guys too. So you can imagine, and I'm sitting there thinking everyone's talking about broker transparency. I'm like, if you're paying somebody $20,000 a year to drive a truck, you could run a truck probably for what, $1.20 a mile and still make profit.
Yeah. Yes, that's the thing. It's once you find that out, like that's when the tough decisions have to be made. That's when.
Plus he was talking about how I guess the guy he started working with, the partner there, he was talking about how when they bought, I guess, a place for their garage or whatever, they labeled it agriculture. And they were filling up with red diesel too. On top of that, all the trucks, they never got caught. So you're talking about between that and they could take anything they want and name any price they want and underbid anybody.
Yeah.
So
That's trucking. You know what's going to end up happening though is we saw such a huge influx of not only owner operators but new businesses that opened up that way. It will eventually change. Like it will. Like there'll be a point where something will happen, whether it's legislation or some massive freaking crackdown.
Well, what I'm wondering is if guys are all freaking about this broker transparency crap, well, don't they know? Don't they even look at like some legislation like the ATA is trying to push and everything? Like they're literally trying to corner the market in the mega carrier's favor, and the government's all about doing it because they're the ones pushing all the money into everything. So,
did you read the new legislation that they want to impose in California
for the
warehouses?
The warehouses, yeah.
Yes, like you want to talk about no diesel truck making any delivery to the state of California. If that law passes, like it's absolutely asinine what they're thinking of doing.
Well, I just had a buddy that stayed out in Ontario, and he says it cost him like $70 to stay out there at the TA in Ontario.
Really?
He asked why, and he said that they like charge. The guy flat out told him, I guess, that he says, you have no idea what they charge us in taxes and fees and stuff, like a pollutant tax, air pollutant tax, and all kinds of stuff. They're trying to charge the freaking truck stop and everything.
Wow, that's.
I don't know if it's true, but that's what he said. The guy said to him because he was like, "What the hell, $70 to park at a TA?" Yeah.
And this is where I'm going to say something dumb because I'm not like super like I don't research this kind of stuff, but I do know like that's what our after treatment systems are for. They take like the harmful, like,
well, they're the ones that pushed all that stuff, and they're still cracking down on it. Yeah,
and they want to make it even more.
They're gonna crack, and you know what? A lot of these mega carriers are jumping on it too because they have already applied for a lot of the funding, a lot of the extra funding and tax write-offs for it already. They already got this all set up, and they're going to use it as a way to leverage, pretty much leverage the government into allowing them to push their competitors out.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be no mid-sized carriers going to be able to like put up with all that
Right.
nonsense.
So now let's change topics because I don't want to go down a road that I'm not very like. I'm not knowledgeable enough. No, I'm the one that started talking about it. I'm just so not knowledgeable enough in certain topics. And like I said, hey, I'll be honest. Like, I'm an outdoors guy. I've seen pristine parts of Minnesota get destroyed, right? So like, I am about like having some sort of
environmental protection.
Yeah, I am.
Did you read any of the comments when I posted the video on that pilot over there in New York? When I took my dog for a walk down the trail there in the back of the creek.
I didn't read any of the comments. Why?
Oh, yeah, that's probably wind must have blew that from somewhere else. That blah blah blah, this and that. I'm like, okay. I'm like,
yeah, when you were in the back of that truck stop.
I said truck drivers are so. I said they'll do somersaults, to try to get out of taking blame for any freaking thing. Even when it's on camera.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's like I have a short that I did where I picked up trash that a trucker left after he pulled out of the spot. And some of the comments are like, I planted the trash there. Why the fuck would I take time out of my day? Oh.
His internet now went totally out, guys. So let me see here. Pull up some comments here. He'll be back in eventually. Let's see. New school, old school. Conversation. Conservation is one thing. Extremist environmentalism is another. Yeah, that's 100% true there. New school, old school.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah. I was starting to read some comments.
Thank you for that. I switched to the 5G. Let's see if this.
You're 100 times better. You even look like it's like you're like an HD now instead of whatever you were, muddled up.
Okay. Let's see if this works better.
There. Yeah. 10 times better.
All right. Good. Where'd you leave off?
New school, old school was talking about conservation is one thing, extremist environmentalism is another.
Yes, I do agree with that. Like I said, being from where I'm from in northern Minnesota, I have seen the positive side of conservation, and I've also seen like the negative side of like shutting everything down and people where I'm from, like mining is a big thing. You can't shut you can't put thousands and thousands of people out of work. Like you just can't do that. What?
I said sure you can, not my backyard.
Yeah, well.
But what no, but like even then, like like what I was saying in that video, I said, like municipalities need to do something. Like they need to put a dumpster, have like dumpsters like actually at the truck stops to throw, or even mandate the warehouses have a dumpster, like a 50 cubic yard dumpster to back up to and throw your crap in.
Well, now I got a Canadian making fun of me. So I know once the Canadian starts making fun of me, the British are gonna start coming out too. So the Brits and Canadians are gonna be after me. At least I know they all run away. Yeah, see, here we go. Here we go. But yeah, no, it's I don't, like I said, there's just so much that's changed. When I look back at my 25 years of doing this, there's so much that's changed. And I do think some of it's for the better. And the other half of it, I'm not even going to say half. I bet a quarter of it is for the better. 75% of it is absolutely the destruction of this industry. And it's sad because the reality is, like, this is all I really know how to do. Like, well, you know what I mean? I can do, and I have skills and other things, but this is what I'm really good at. You know what I mean? And this is my career. And the fact that I work in an industry that
I wouldn't even say it's that. There's just not a lot of pushback. Well, I mean, technically there is now. There's, more pushback, but it's more of on a corporate level. I would say there's more pushback than on a single owner operator or something. But I mean, like, I tried to open an automotive shop before, and like the stuff that I had to go through to do it was utterly ridiculous. I had to have those lock boxes where you got to have a key for the firefighters to get in here. Well, you have to order it from a specific vendor that the township goes through. You got to order it from them. It's got to meet all their standards. Then you got to have a certain contractor put a box. All they did, they drill it into a brick or concrete wall.
Brick or concrete wall.
Certain height and everything. But you can't do it. You have to have a certified, someone with the township, certified contractors, like 2 or 3 of them, and they have to come out and do it. So for this little metal box to put your key in and everything, and for them to do it was like $5,000 to install this little metal box.
Well, that's crazy. Well, Wheelburner is saying if a Canadian is running away, it's only to get his hockey stick to come back and beat you with. That's a good one. That's a good one. I've made it pretty clear. I mean, politics aside, like, I love Canada. I think Canada is a beautiful freaking country. I haven't been there in actually spent a lot of time in Canada in probably 10, 15 years. But I used to go up there every summer. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. And to think that that's, not that far away from where I live, I should plan more trips up there. It's just, it's expensive too. Like for what?
Canada, eh?
Canada, eh? I say, eh, and I'm not even from Canada.
Close enough.
Yeah. But no, what I like to do is that's the type of stuff I like. Like, I like being out on lakes. I like the wilderness. I like, that's the stuff I enjoy. That's where my peace comes from.
Yeah, I was never a big city boy. At first when I was younger, because, I live right over, I could go to New York if I want to. It's like a 2-hour drive away or whatnot. The very first time I drove out there, the nostalgia wore off really quickly. Really quickly. Yeah.
So old school, new school thinks cross-checking should still be legal, still below the shoulders. Old school, new school, I do not know how much hockey you played. I could not disagree with that anymore. It should be illegal because it hurts like a son of a bitch.
You don't watch enough Flyers games.
Yeah. Oh, I used to watch the Flyers, man. Well, remember in the 70s? Remember when the Flyers played Russia? I mean, we weren't even. I wasn't even born when they played, or maybe I was, but I was like a baby. But I've watched highlights. Like the Flyers kicked the crap, like beat literally where Russia, the USSR team walked off the ice and refused to come back. You know, we don't wear. Here we go. Another guy. This is a Brit. Hockey players wear all that girly protection. Yeah, you know what, though? We can take a hit and not fall on the ground and roll around grabbing our knees, screaming, "Oh, I'm sore."
They have to wear all that protection now because half of them that didn't wear it back in the day basically crawled off the freaking.
Good. So I have elbow issues, right? And you're supposed to wear elbow pads and crap in hockey. And I didn't like how it felt like it constricted me. So I never wore elbow pads playing hockey. Big mistake, because you get slashed or you might get hit into the boards and you're protecting yourself, or you are elbowing somebody. And my elbows are just shattered from not wearing elbow pads. And then also I was a forward, so I wore like my chest protector and shoulder pads were super thin because of speed. I wanted mobility. I didn't want to be weighted down by heavy equipment.
A couple bruised ribs and burst lungs are nothing. It's all right.
Yeah, happens. Here we go. I got a feeling it's going to be some dad joke. A termite walks into a bar and says, "So, is the bartender here?" How come I don't get that? A termite walks into a bar and says, "So, is the bartender here?" How come I don't get it? Jackknife, what am I missing?
A termite walks into a bar and says, "So is the bartender here?" I can't get it either.
I don't get it. Come on with it. I don't get it. Yes, it is painful. It is very painful. Not wearing elbow pads, does that help you handle your stick? I don't even want to answer that. Maybe, you know what, DIY Semi? There was a product that was promoted on this channel about an hour ago. It's Cash's, what was it? Cash's Truck Stop Boner Pills. Should check it out. Beat the brakes off of it.
Mushroom pills.
Yeah.
Mushroom pills.
Oh, divas. Oh, come on, Britt. You're probably a fan of soccer. There isn't any bigger divas in sports.
What's wrong with soccer?
You're a fan of soccer?
I'm not a fan, but I played soccer for like 14 years.
Well, that's I never played soccer.
Playing football, but
my daughter plays soccer. My youngest daughter plays competitive soccer.
I wish I didn't play soccer. I'll tell you that. My niece sure as hell wish I didn't play soccer.
We play lacrosse, so I love lacrosse too. Your boys need to come up to Canada and play lacrosse. It's like hockey without skates and twice the slashing and checking. Yeah, lacrosse is no joke. Lacrosse is
it's been sissied up too, but man, I remember back in the day, like watching girls lacrosse, and they were kicking the shit out of each other in my high school.
Yeah, so that's like lacrosse became big when I was like a junior in high school. And that's what us hockey players played in the off season. Is we would play lacrosse.
Wow. Truck driver was fired upon 13 times.
Yes, I heard about that.
Oh my God.
So DIY Semi gets the joke. He says a bar is made of wood.
Still. Oh, so he's serving the bar. Get it, serving him the whole bar.
Yeah. Yes, old school, new school is saying wheel burner. Lacrosse is fun too. Yes, lacrosse is a lot of fun.
I don't know. I like those redneck Canadians. I like there's a channel where they have a farm and they just take their cars and like run up hills and shit and bash it into stuff. There's some YouTube channel up there.
So I don't know how much I shared about my younger days, but I was fortunate enough to play on a hockey team that it was what?
Keep going.
No, it was a junior USA team, right? So we played we went to Italy, we went to Germany, we went to Sweden, and the style of hockey we played, because we were from northern Minnesota, was Canadian hockey. So the first guy takes the body, insert joke, second guy takes the puck, right? And what that does is it slows the game down, where when you go to Europe and play those teams, they don't hit. They literally skate circles and do
Figure skating.
cycle passes is what they call them. And when we went to Europe, we dominated out there because we used our bodies and destroyed them. You know what I mean? And they weren't used to that. And until we played a 16 and under Russian team that kicked the crap out of us. I mean, that team was so good.
Probably had a half a bottle of vodka in them already before they even started playing.
They were so good. I mean, still to this day, when I think about that team, and they were small, but absolutely ferocious. Not only could they skate better than us, they were so damn physical. We quit keeping score. Halfway through the game, and the score was 18-0, you know. No, I haven't, DIY. I haven't tried them. Cash told me that you did, though. You're supposed to give us a review. Believe it or not.
Should he be dispatching?
What?
Should he be dispatching?
Oh, he's always working.
Don't he have work to do?
I got work to do. Don't start. I can't make fun of him because he's going to eat me alive.
He should be looking for somebody to drive those 2 new trucks he just bought.
Yeah. I think he's got like 5 trucks now. He's got 5 trucks just sitting in his driveway. Long order.
Well, he's got that freight. He's got that FLD too sitting there, or whatever it is. The freaking lawn ornament.
Can you hear me?
Oh, you started going robot just now.
Jackknife. Here we go again. Here we go. Leave me a comment if you can hear me or not. Okay, I got Jackknife again. Can you hear me now?
No, yeah, Kevin. Say Kevin. Don't call
Kevin?
me Jackknife.
Okay.
So,
I didn't, I don't know.
So make it easier for people to find me and beat me up at math. It's all right.
All right. I'm on my 5G, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe I'm talking too much Canada.
Yeah, Canadians are after you. You got too many windows open?
No, I have one window open.
Hmm.
Well, that's not true. I have two windows open, but
Put
the other
button
one's
All
the
right,
other one's
and
just my
you're good to
the
go.
other window. The other window that's open is a Word document. So
Oh, geez. Writing your last will and testament.
who, me?
You'll get home. Stop it.
No, I was reviewing.
Take the rope down in the background.
Yeah, I was reviewing profit and loss stuff.
Oh, gee. That's a bad time to be doing that. You should wait a couple more weeks and then do it again.
Yeah.
No wonder you came on all depressed looking then. That explains everything.
Yeah, no, it was. I actually was. I was trying to get the exact numbers from year to date from last year on my fuel economy, so I could make a video on the improvement that I have on this truck versus the Mack truck.
Well, U.S. government can't confirm whether ELD mandates improved safety on the road or made it worse.
Let's not go down. You know how. Isn't that so depressing? That is so freaking depressing. You know what I mean?
Let's see. Anytime I ever drove tired, let's think. Oh, before when I had paper logs, if I was tired, I would just pull over and take that line and maybe put it back a few hours and I didn't go to sleep. Now, hey, I'm tired. Oh, what I gotta do? I gotta drive through freaking New York. Yeah, that's what I gotta do. Great.
Well, here's the thing. I work for a carrier that is very by the book. Follows the rules.
Hey, can I get a couple more hours? Okay,
yes.
And they go and they change your logbook. Yeah.
That's what pisses me off even more. What if I could be a lease purchase guy somewhere that's able to do that? I could have my truck paid off in a year. You know what I mean?
Just go join what is it? Waffle Stomping House over there.
Yeah.
Waffle Logistics.
Yeah. No, that's such I wish you wouldn't have read that headline because that's just so disappointing. We all
knew that was going to happen anyway. That's the same thing with this what is it? The brokerage thing. It'll end up hurting us somehow anyway in the long run.
It will. And let's be Cash did that live earlier today.
Okay, so now we see them supposedly take the 30 or 40% or 50%. What are they going to do? You know what they're going to do? They're going to say, "Go get butt hurt." That's what they're going to say. They're going to be like, "Take your butt cream out, insert it, push on the stick."
Yeah, no, hold on. I was instructed not to. Hold on. It's been 2.5 hours, guys. So I needed to grab something real quick.
He's taking his uppers.
Yeah, taking my uppers. I gotta take those Cash boner pills for no reason. Because I'm gonna beat the brakes off of it in the hotel room. Oh.
You want to know something funny? So, I said this on what was James Best when I was on here. So the one what was it? The one thumbnail I put up there with the fat guy, the fat truck driver when he puts peeing and stuff off the side of the truck. Well, you look up truck driver, fat truck driver peeing. There's a whole genre apparently of fetish material involving truck drivers and peeing. It's there for a second I thought I saw Cash in one of those damn clips, but he didn't say he had an OnlyFans, so I don't know.
So let me ask you this: Do you watch Bonehead Truckers?
Yes. Yeah.
So do I. Right. In the back of your mind, when you are doing something at a truck stop, whether it's getting fuel and then thinking, oh, I need to run in and use the restroom or whatever. Do you think in the back of your mind, I do not want to be on Bonehead Truckers? Like, do you find yourself?
No,
like
I never think I'm going to be on Bonehead Truckers.
I do occasionally.
I'm always, whenever I'm in, if I'm like, what are you talking about? Like if you're in the fuel island or something and you go in, you think someone's going to yell at you or something?
Yeah.
One, I always pull the truck up. Two, I always lock my damn doors. And three, I always check to make sure, I got a Fontaine fifth wheel, so I always make sure it ain't pulled. And that's it. Other than that, I'm only in there usually either to drop the kids off or pick up a soda or something or get my receipt if I have to or whatever. Yeah. So it's not like I'm in there taking occasionally. I still can't believe the people I see taking showers in the fuel island at the freaking garden hose and shit.
Yes. I watched it was that today or yesterday? And there's a guy taking a bath with the hose that's connected right by the squeegee bucket. He's in there showering. Like, who does that?
Apparently, they don't know that you can get a pilot card or something. I don't know what the hell it is. But then again, like the load I picked up today, when I called the guy to get the paperwork, I said, hey, I said, is the paperwork for the load in the box?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, it's in there. I was like, okay. I get there and there's just registration. He's like, oh, you mean I thought you meant registration. What am I going to do without the I got to hand the freaking BOL back into the DC down here.
Right.
So I had to wait for him to show up.
So WCF Invader has a decent comment here that says, first comes broker transparency, then comes carrier transparency. WCF Invader, I actually agree 100% with your comment right there. And you know what? I showed two people what I make in a year, my accountant and then the IRS. I don't want to have to show anybody else. I don't want somebody to know. I don't want a broker to know I might be making $2.25 a mile after all my costs on their load.
Well, it doesn't matter. The ones that care about that are jet bags anyway, and you shouldn't be working with them. And usually the ones that are like that are working overseas, or they're working out of South California, or they're working out of Chicagoland. Or the biggest problem I think right now is we got dispatch services running like brokerages. No offense. I'm not talking about. What you said?
Read that. That is hilarious. What do you call a dinosaur? What do you call a dinosaur that crashes his truck into a curb? A Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Tyrannosaurus Rex, yeah.
That is brilliant. Come on with it. Only thing that would have been better is like a $5 super chat attached to that, because that's your best joke that you've told so far. And you tell a lot of jokes. That is brilliant. Come on with it. He didn't have shower credit. Improving is a thing. Yes. Well, he got fuel, so he should have shower credits. Or TQ. Listen, I don't bash. You know what? Like,
if you deal with corporate TQL, like actual corporate TQL, and not like one of these agents that are like halfway across the world or whatever. If you deal with the majority like decent TQL agents, like the old style agents, there's no problems. You start getting into these other agents that are overseen by outside, managers and stuff, and it just gets like any other thing. It gets too far from the center of the, it's too far from the main boss, and it gets all. Here's
the thing. I open up my TQL app. I call the phone number. I'll be honest about TQL. The only time I hear chickens clucking in the background is when I get my check calls late at night. And the reality is now I just shut my phone to do not disturb. There's 6 phone calls or 6 people in my phone that can get a hold of me when I turn my phone to do not disturb at night. I don't answer their phone calls when they call late at night for their check calls. If they call me when I'm driving, I say, They ask me where I'm at. I say, hey, I'm driving right now. This is where I am. And I hang up the phone. Like I don't have conversations when they do their check calls. I email the actual broker that brokered the load for me that's on the Raycon. That's how I deal with TQL.
When I had a second phone, I had a second phone, and after a certain hour, I think it was after 7 or 8 o'clock, it would switch over to a voicemail that I automatically put on it. And usually my voicemail, I think, went something like, if this is, a brokerage calling for a check call, I said, if you would look on the rate confirmation sheet, you'll see that in your original email that I added, whatever app they wanted or whatever app I sent them. I guess my ELD. I said you can search my location, and that's where I am, and try not to blow my phone up.
Yeah, no, I have a great connection out here on the East Coast that is broker, like it's not a customer. Some loads are on the load board, other loads aren't. Like I've worked long enough on this lane to have this connection. And that's how theirs is. It's straight into my ELD. So like I never get check calls from them when I'm sleeping. You know what I mean? I love that. Oh, here I go again. Here I go again, trying to do a computer sucks. I mean, Jackknife sucks. Am I back? I don't know what's going on. I think I'm gonna just do me for a little while. That came out wrong. I think I'm gonna try just having me on here, Jackknife. If you can hear me right now, we'll chat, or Kevin, we'll chat another day. I appreciate you coming in here. Hopefully, I'm still live and not just talking to a camera. WCF Invader says, amen, Fade. If a broker is making 40% on load, then good for them. That's the American dream. We are complaining last year. Were we complaining last year when we were making 40% on a load? No, we were not. Hold on one. Did you change your name, Jackknife? Let's try this one more time. My internet obviously sucks. Did you change your name?
Well, I switched over to my 5 hertz Wi-Fi, so maybe I think StreamYard should take whoever has the better internet and like devote most of that service to them. I think that's what they do. So hopefully it calms down. It's like almost. It seems like about every 30 minutes it re-loops into whatever you got going on there. I don't know why. Did I change my name?
Yeah, like I said, we're probably hitting on topics, even though we're not really hitting on hard topics. That we're being censored.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Barry says that's criminal. Your friends and family contact plan. I wonder if he means contract. Contact plan should include all channel subscribers for when we put our phones on do not disturb. Okay, good. I'm still alive. Or I'm still alive, not alive.
Well, it's funny because the same problems we complain about here about other companies and fleets, doing shady stuff, is the same stuff on the broker world, also. Except actually, in my opinion, I think they got a little worse because, like I said, they do have dispatch services that are playing the middleman. So now not only do you have a brokerage taking a percentage, now you have dispatch services taking a percentage off of it too. And
So
there's guys that are out here that simply they don't know this business. They just went out and got a truck, and they get all these phone calls or whatnot, especially if they got their authority, and they just start saying yes to everything. These new CEOs or whatever they call themselves.
there are like a reason to have a broker, or not a broker, a dispatcher. Like I watch Snorlord, right? I like Snorlord. And I think Snorlord could, like, if I had my own authority and like
talking about Snorlord, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about. I'm just saying, like, there are.
If you can't Google the dispatch service name and they come up in the top 5 or so dispatch services, whoever you're working with is probably illegitimate. You found them off Facebook or they IM'd you.
Yeah. Yes, that might not be the best route to go. Hey, buddy, how you doing? We're hanging in there, Jason. Man, we're just having a fun live show tonight. It started out pretty depressing. What?
Was that Jason Voorhees?
Yeah, right. Probably knocking at my door again. God, that scared the hell out of me the other night. Holy crap.
I was like, what's he freaking out for? I was like, what's he, owe taxes or something?
It just scared it was instant. And you know what? It happened again.
I was going to ask, I'm like, you didn't make those truck payments?
Yeah, right. No, truck payments are made. Not worried about that. Just, yeah, it startled me, man. Like, all of a sudden I heard it sounded like somebody was trying to open the door. Scared the hell out of me. I'm glad you said something. What's the date today? 27th.
That's all right. You know what bothers me? Now, yeah, because mine's coming through too. If I calculate, if I still had that old international, I would probably be grossing about $5,000 a week. No, not grossing, like netting close to $5,000 a week, if not more. That's the old truck, because it was only like a $900 a month payment.
Right. I get it. Awesome. How is trucking doing? Well, Jason, I am in a hotel room again, trucking. You know what? I found out that you cannot bring an international LT.
Trucking has hit the curb for our friends over there.
Yes.
It was curb
I am
stop.
trying to get a new spring in my step when it comes to trucking. Oh, here we go. He finally showed up. Knock, knock. We'd like to talk to you about leaving the scene of an accident.
There's $43,000 worth of concrete damage to this curb here, sir. Would you like that?
Don't say that. God damn, that'd be my damn luck. That would be my luck. Let me tell you.
I can't. Don't. Yeah. Well, let's see. I may or may not have taken a low blade and maybe ripped up, I don't know, a mile worth of blacktop before in certain areas.
Holy crap. That's crazy.
So,
crossing railroad tracks? John Wick.
No, which is a shitty area, I guess you want to say. Wasn't railroad tracks.
Yeah, I'll say this, man. If you like movies like the John Wick movies, John Wick 4 is non-stop. It is absolutely a fantastic movie.
Any movie that gets really bad reviews on Rotten Tomatoes is really good.
Did it get bad reviews?
Probably
No way.
Chauvinistic male, whatever the hell they call it.
Oh man, it was such a good movie.
Look at Top Gun. Top Gun got bad reviews.
The new one?
Yeah, the new one got a bunch of bad reviews when it first came out.
You're kidding me.
No, it did.
Oh wow. I don't want to talk about movies. Yeah,
they jumped up. They jumped up and down when they finally said that that second Avatar movie made more money than Top Gun. They're like, hey.
I didn't like that movie. The family, we all went to that movie last time I was at home. The new Avatar.
When the first Avatar came out, I thought you ever watched Fern Gully?
No.
you don't remember Fern Gully the Disney movie Fern Gully, where it
No.
was like what was it? She was like, I don't know, like a pixie, not a pixie, but they were
Like a
like
fairy?
yeah, I guess she was like a fairy or whatever. And there was a logger that they shrunk down to their size. It was cutting down trees, and they cut down the one tree, and it had like black ooze in it. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, no, I've never seen that.
Your childhood was stunning.
Yeah. I didn't watch TV when I was a kid.
You're
I
too
was
busy
too
getting your ribs bashed in.
Yeah, I was too busy doing
Well, shit,
other
I
crap.
was gonna say, if you were a hockey player, then shit, you were bashing other people's ribs in then from behind.
So like I'm not a big guy. I was a forward that was really fast. So like I tried to stay away from that stuff. I didn't like getting checked. I didn't like getting hit. I didn't, I would rather score goals and look cool. Lorax, just like the Lorax. I never saw that movie either. I know that's the Lorax is from Dr. Seuss, right?
Being reefer gang? This is what's great about
that
being
chicken?
a reefer guy.
Is that chicken?
Whole buffalo chicken. A whole bunch of it. Oh.
Oh.
I forgot I turned my.
Oh. We're losing your jackknife. And that means my internet's going bad.
You good now?
Get me. Sucks.
You took the spuds off your phone there?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
Scott's potato. Oh man, this is getting rough.
It must be all those people out there on that peninsula using all the.
Who knows, man?
I tell you what is it, Titusville? Yeah, that's where the freaking down that way is where the chicken place I deliver to. Tyson has a place out there, and it's freaking.
Yeah.
There's nothing. You come off the Chesapeake Tunnel and Bridge there, and there's nothing for miles except for cops waiting to pull you over. That's all that's out there.
So Mark Ely's back awake. He was in here earlier, or maybe it was it was today. Mark was in here. He thinks the Bruins are going to win the Stanley Cup this year. I am not a fan of the Bruins at all. And I haven't been watching much professional hockey this year. So,
How's the Jersey Devils doing?
How are the I don't even know. Like I said, I haven't watched any professional hockey this year. I've been following college hockey. I go through, obviously, when the NHL playoffs start, I will be watching them. But let's check the standings. Let's check the NHL standings. Well,
I've probably been following news more than anything in sports lately.
I got a feeling Mark Ely picked the best team in the NHL. I think he did. Boston Bruins lead the Atlantic Division. They actually lead the Eastern Conference. They have 119 points. They only have 11 losses all year. 5 overtime losses. That's really good. Holy crap. See, I haven't been watching this. The Wild are leading the Central Division. It looks like they are in 3rd place in the Western Conference. That's actually really good for the Wild.
Yeah, that's really good for the Wilds.
They usually make the playoffs, but they make it as like the last team, the 7th or 8th team, and they play the number 1 team in the playoffs, and we get destroyed. Jason's in Appleton, Wisconsin. It's a nice area for reefer freight. But yeah, I guess if I had to pick Mark Ely, I don't think you can ever count out the Colorado Avalanche. Just looking here at the standings real quick, I would say out of the Eastern Conference, the Devils are actually pretty good this year. They have 100 points. It looks like they're in 3rd place in the Eastern Conference.
Flyers, I think, are like fucking 20th or something. They're way out there. They're not doing good.
Yeah, the Flyers are the 2nd worst team or 3rd worst team in the Eastern Conference.
Well, it's like any other team. Whenever Philadelphia gets any team, like because last year they almost went to Stanley Cup almost. So as soon as they get that, the players want more money, and then they just trade them off, and then we get 5 or 6 years of shit, and then they come back, and the same thing they're going to do with the Eagles too. So,
well, no wonder Mark Ely picks Boston. He says, "I'm from Massachusetts, so it's pretty easy because all we do is win."
Oh God, fucking probably Patriots fan too. Fucking losers.
What do you got going on in there?
Get my water.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going to need something else to drink here in a little bit. I should probably think about calling home too. It's already 9 o'clock 9 o'clock Central Time. And comments have kind of slowed down. Jason says Appleton's not a great area for flatbed. Well, yeah, wrong time of year, I bet. I bet come springtime it might be a little better.
North of Minneapolis is a good space for flatbed.
I heard such a cool thing today on SportsCenter, or maybe I was watching some video on YouTube that was talking about Tom Brady. So I'm a Tom Brady fan. Like I think Tom Brady so I remember seeing like the end of Joe Montana's career, and Tom Brady for my age, probably the best quarterback I've seen. I really liked Peyton Manning too. But this guy was talking and he said, when you think about it, Peyton Manning has the best regular season record of any quarterback. Tom Brady, I forget who the other quarterback was. Tom Brady doesn't even have the best playoff record. I forget what quarterback has the best play. Joe Montana. Joe Montana has the best playoff record. So like, and then you talk athlete. Like I wouldn't consider Tom Brady like a superb athlete. He's not fast. He's not quick. Very, very smart. Like I would say arguably probably one of the top smartest quarterbacks. But this guy made a good argument. He was saying that Tom Brady is the GOAT, but he had statistics that proved like everything you might think Tom Brady holds, he doesn't really hold. You know, he doesn't hold the most wins. That's Peyton Manning. He doesn't hold the most playoff wins. That's Joe Montana. There was so many things that, you know, he doesn't own statistically. However, in my eyes, he is the best quarterback I have ever seen.
Oh my God, there's freaking semi trucks all over the place.
Yes, he retired. Tom Brady retired. Man, Jason's going all the way home empty. Hopefully, you don't have a long drive. But yeah, I think if you live in that area,
So,
like
that one tornado, that tornado in Mississippi you were talking about earlier,
yeah,
apparently it went through a truck stop.
no. Can you hear me?
Doors were tossed like toys in the storm throughout the town.
That is crazy. Yes, so there is a statistic that he has. Oh my gosh. Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. That definitely come on with it. That is a statistic that he holds. And, you know, that's the whole argument when it comes to basketball. You know, LeBron James or Michael Jordan. You know, I think I'm not a big basketball fan. Holy cow. Yeah, that's the picture I was talking about earlier. That's two semi trucks that were parked right next to each other and then got thrown through houses and ended up basically sitting right on top of each other.
Their houses.
Jeez.
It said that one was like, they said that semi truck was thrown a quarter of a mile away from where it was sitting.
I don't know what you're talking about, me bumping my head. Those were true statistics. And like I said, Mark Ely, in my mind, he's the best quarterback that I've ever seen, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Yes, I agree with that too, old school, new school. Mark Ely says, I just booked 600 miles from Tennessee to Scranton, Pennsylvania for $3K. Yeah. At 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night, Mark? Are you working that secret load board that's open 24 hours? If you just booked that, that's great. Good for you.
Email. That's an email. That's an email load. That ain't no broker load right there. That's an inside email load.
That's kind of like what I talk about hauling customer freight. If I told you what I made leaving the East Coast back to Minnesota, people would think I was lying to them.
Is that 55-gallon drums of insulation? That liquid insulation crap? I picked that up out there in London, Tennessee, going back up to Scranton somewhere, paid really good.
Yeah. No, those are good loads. Good for you, Mark. I'm glad somebody is making money. Well, I'm freezing up again. All right. I don't know if anybody can still hear me or not. Jackknife, if you can still hear me or if I'm still live, I'm going to just go with me for a little while. Maybe the computer, I don't know what the hell's going on. Tom Brady had a crazy quarterback protection rule in his favor. Hard to argue against the older quarterbacks. He's still so good. Tom Brady is a great quarterback. Email, and yes, correct. That's what it is. Oh, funny. Jackknife got it. Old school, new school. Wayne Gretzky or Gordie Howe for NHL best. If I'm still live, I'm going to get hate for this. Neither. I think Alexander Ovechkin is better than both of them. That's my opinion. Alexander Ovechkin. Scott's potato phone. Yeah. Well, have a good night, Mark. Take it easy. Okay, if I'm still, sorry, Kevin or Jackknife. Like, obviously, my internet can't hold multiple people. It keeps kicking us off. And I wanted to try and get through this. Old school, new school says it's your Wi-Fi. Too many on it or too little. Dude, and now I'm on my phone. I don't know what's going on. Nothing beats back in the day when a ref made a bad call, the quarterback would throw it so hard. Yes, I do remember those days. That is fair on the NHL. Yeah, I think Alexander Ovechkin. Michael, yes. You know what? Had he been able to stay around longer, and you know what? You can even talk about Jaromir Jagr. I mean, that dude changed the game. But I think Alexander Ovechkin, whether you like him or not, he's later in his career where all he really does is shoot the puck, but he is absolutely dominant. Like, he's so physical. I mean, Sidney Crosby is a great player. Arguably, you could make an argument that he might be the best player ever in the NHL. He doesn't have as many accolades as like Wayne Gretzky or Gordie Howe, but plays in a different type of game than Gordie Howe and Wayne Gretzky did, and not taking anything away from Wayne Gretzky. I think if I had my pick and I was building a dynasty team, my first pick would be Alexander Ovechkin, without a doubt. I think Jalen Hurts is top notch. I think he's a very good quarterback too. I agree with both those names too. Pavel Bure was such a good player. You know, there was so many good NHL players back in my day that I actually looked up to. You know who the funnest hockey player I ever watched was? And I saw him live a couple of times, was Dominik Hasek. I mean, he was a goalie, but he was so fun to watch because he was so acrobatic. He would make saves that were just absolutely insane. Eric Lindros. Well, yes, you're a Philadelphia fan. I'm not a huge Eric Lindros fan. Once again, though, somebody that I wish would have played longer. I remember when he came into the NHL and how he was one of those guys that I think was overhyped and like kind of caved under the pressure, where you could make an argument that Sidney Crosby like rose to that occasion. Now, Sidney Crosby also lived with Mario Lemieux like his first year or two. You know, there's a guy in the NHL right now that's I'm drawing a blank on his name. It's hard to argue that, like, McDavid, dude. Look at what McDavid's doing. That dude is an absolute beast. absolute beast. I wish he didn't play on I wish he played on a better team. But I really like this name too, Mario Lemieux. He was a fun guy to watch. Fought through a lot too. I think, doesn't he still own part of the Penguins? Isn't he? I don't know if he is majority owner. Maybe he is. Let's look. Who owns Pittsburgh Penguins? Yeah, Mario Lemieux. There have been 10 ownership groups for the Penguins franchise since the team was founded in 1968. The Penguins' current owner is Mario Lemieux, who purchased the Penguins in 1999 and brought the club out of bankruptcy. Wow, that's huge. That's huge. DIY says, is this a 13-hour drunk live stream? No, it's not, because I'm out of Coke Zero. Why don't you join in? If you're still awake, come on in here. Or let me guess, you're awake because you're busy working and don't have time to support me. I go away from hockey when the crybaby rules started. You know what? I don't know how to answer, because some of the rules in hockey needed to change. It was such a violent game. Like, how do I say it? If you didn't play it at like a junior level or a collegiate level, like, it was absolutely brutal. Like, I think I've shared the team that I finally got cut from that was actually like me retiring from hockey. I was told to go out on the ice and fight the biggest guy. I got my ass kicked. I got my ass handed to me. But it was the only way that I was useful to the team. You know. Now my computer is acting up again. My back, son of a biscuit, man. I don't know what's going on here. My live looks like I am. They still working on your truck? Yes. My truck should be ready. Oh, welcome, by the way, Kyle. My truck should be done maybe Wednesday, I'm hoping. Yeah, it's been a problem all night. My internet keeps glitching. I wish life was more like hockey. Who doesn't want a horn to sound when their period ends? That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. All right. Yeah, I'm good now, but you know what? It's not going to last. It's going to go in like 15 minutes. We were talking about hockey and everybody left, so I won't talk about hockey anymore, even though it's something that I really, really enjoy. Yeah, the truck. So the part should be here sometime tomorrow, and hopefully ready to go, if not late tomorrow night, early Wednesday morning. I guess worst case, if it's not ready till Thursday, it's not ready till Thursday. And then I can start making some money and hopefully get home. Like, I'm ready to go home. Anyways, what should we talk about? I've been live for 3 hours and 20 minutes. My goodness, that's crazy. We talked about a lot of things. We talked about just being thankful for what we have and thinking about other people that might be in some really bad circumstances right now. Talked some sports, who was the best hockey player, who I think the best quarterback is. Yeah. Time for T-Mobile hotspot. I have a Verizon hotspot. I don't have T-Mobile. My other phone is a T-Mobile phone. And yeah, if that phone wasn't in the truck, I bet I would have great service. That's why I have 2 phones from 2 different providers, because one sometimes works really well in one area and sometimes the other one works better in the other area. But I've noticed a lot of the main lane I run, which is Midwest to the East Coast, Verizon is, I never really lose service with Verizon. DIY, you're late to the party, man. We talked about torque with that Cummins. If you ain't running something with a Cummins, and maybe if Nevada's still in here, he can concur. If you ain't running something with a Cummins, man, don't even talk to me about torque. My 1750 climbing the hills. Yeah. Let me read this joke. Why do Canadians always beat Germans in hockey? Canadians bring their A game. Germans bring their worst. That's funny. That's actually pretty funny. Once again, come on with it. Drop these. Well, no. DIY Semi says, good boy phone, naughty boy phone. They're both good phones. Just, I like to have 2 phones. That way I always feel like I can stay connected, even in certain areas that one cellular service doesn't work, the other one will. Yeah, what should we talk about, guys? I think all guys are in here. I haven't seen Hot Seat or Shannon, so I can say guys. It's been 3 hours and 22 minutes. What should we talk about? I'm getting tired too. All I've been doing is sleeping for like the last 2 days, so I don't know why I'm so tired. Let me go grab a soda. I need something to drink. Entertaining, but I need to use the restroom too. So hold on 1 second. All right. I'm back. Sorry. had to use the restroom, and my fucking internet's acting up again. Just can't win. I have it worked in, but this is trucking, but hope to be there at least one day. Oh, did I miss comments about mats or something like that? Let me go. DIY, are you going to mats? How do you like the Carrier reefer unit? I actually like the Carrier reefer unit. I think it's quieter than the Thermo King unit that I used to have. It's always, I like my trailer. My trailer holds temperature really, really well. And it's funny because my trailer is getting old. It's 2017. And I'm surprised at how well the trailer works. And like I said, I like my unit, my Carrier unit. It doesn't go into the only time it really goes into high idle is when it's defrosting. I think it's a good unit. You going to replace both steers? Probably 7 Seas Transport. Tomorrow when we get the truck into the shop, I think that's what I'm going to do. I don't want to just replace one. I'll replace both. Who's going to the truck show? Not me. I don't need to go no stinking truck show. Why? I mean, I don't do anything. DIY says he might be going. Oh, what? You don't have to work? Must be nice. Oh, empty chair, you're so cool. DIY, I said it. I need to grab something to drink and use the restroom. I was tired. I was thirsty and needed to pee. I went to a flight the other night. A hockey game broke out. I went to a fight the other night and a hockey game broke out. Yeah, that sometimes happens. I love the empty chair. Best part of this show. Thank you. Where is Clint Eastwood? Have to work, but he's hoping to get there. Jackknife's dropping something. Jason Freight Logistics in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Okay. Good company. Here begins the OnlyFans portion of the live stream. Yeah. Maybe I can make some money doing that, right? Everybody wants to see a fat trucker, right? New channel name, Weak Blader McGee. Weak Bladder. Sorry, Bladder. Weak Bladder McGee. DIY. It's been 3.5 hours, bro. Come on now. 3.5 hours. Welcome, Easy Travels. Don't stay in any rooms with the words in. Moe's hose in it. Bad internet. LOL. Yes, I have bad internet. Keeps coming in and out. That's what she said. It only took 3.5 hours. Or Jackknife actually said that earlier. We can hear him tinkle. It sounds like he has to sit down. Oh, shots fired. Shots fired. Here goes the internet again. This sucks. This sucks. I give up. This is fucking stupid. Spend all this damn money on fucking hotel room. Am I live? I think I'm live again. Spend all this money on internet and all this. Yeah. I like this. Oh, good, because I'm recruiting muscle for these YouTube streets. Yeah, I'm not going to be at the truck show. If you guys go, have fun. I've shared before. I don't need to see show trucks or anything like that because that's something I will never personally own. I would like to see maybe some of the new aerodynamic trucks. I don't need to be sold anything. Yeah, I don't need to go to this truck show. Maybe sometime when I feel like I just have money to spend, and then I'll go. Other than that, man, this has been a weird live. I get internet for a while, then I don't. I just switch back to my 5G hotspot on my phone. We'll see how long this lasts. Well, if you're still in the hotel room, you might as well get a plane ticket there, Scott, and come. Yeah, if my truck still broke down, maybe that's what I'll do. No, I want to go home. I want to go home. If my truck ends up being broke down it's not going to be, but let's just say it does. Let's say they end up doing an in-frame because I brought it in with a broken leaf spring. If that ends up happening, then I'm just going to get an airline ticket and fly home. But I've drank too many pops today. This is the third soda I've had today. All right, let's try this again. Somebody give me a comment to talk about. What should we comment. What should we talk about? Should I get a hot tub for the house? Should I get a hot tub for the wife and kids so they can use it when I'm on the road? I know my wife would really appreciate it. You know what I mean? I think she would really appreciate it. I got a guest. I'm going to see if this works. Who knows? Worked a while with Jackknife, but we'll find out here. Boom.
What's going on?
Not much. How are you? What are you still doing up at this time of night?
I just got home. I was at the gym, and then afterwards I went and I bought some piece of shit truck that's been in the shop since pretty much the day I bought it, and I brought it home today.
You know, I feel bad when you say that.
It's exactly what I intended.
I really do. So you got that truck home, huh?
Yeah. It only took them the third try to get it right, but they got it right.
Well, that's good. That's good.
So, $6,000 later.
Holy crap. So do you want to talk about what you have planned for these 5 trucks or whatever you have now, or is that secrets?
So I need one more. I can make a perfect circle around my driveway.
Yes, you could.
It's more or less a retaining wall.
Or
I'm into high dollar landscaping.
Or it's a way to keep bears out. One of the two, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Because you got bears and snakes where you live.
Yeah. They both try to get in the house.
All scary things.
Mm-hmm.
All scary things.
Yep.
7Cs asks, not a Mac, was it?
It was.
It was. It was my old truck.
By the way, the water pump's bad on the APU too. That's what was leaking. So I'll get a water pump put on it, and then we should be good.
Okay. Huh. I should call I've had that APU on there a long time, right?
F them people that put it. I don't want anything to do with them jackwagon bastards that sold and installed that APU. I would never recommend them to anybody. After the install job they did on the other guy's truck that did his about the same time as yours, We're lucky that truck didn't burn to the ground.
You know what? So I know somebody that just had their APU installed there not that long ago. And I had made a comment, hey, if you got it installed, make sure they put in shut off. I guess they did a different job, like than what they did to me and the other guy that went down there. I'm assuming they changed something, you know what I mean?
Probably a different person. It's probably a different person. The guy that did yours probably just on a day he didn't give a damn, or maybe he don't work there anymore.
Yeah. Jackknife says, Scott, I put $50,000 into a $25,000 truck in the course of a year. Yeah, I mean,
That'll happen.
I put a lot in the Mac last year. You're doing okay. Yep. What APU? Thermo Kings.
Used
Used. Refurbished Thermo Kings.
refurbished. Yes. From a what? A Springfield, Arizona, Springfield, Missouri.
Springfield, Missouri. Dale's APU. Dale's APU. I actually just got asked that question not that long ago if I was going to put an APU on this truck. And I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm going to get a generator with the portable air conditioner.
At this point anymore, that's what I would do. Them damn
Yeah.
things, I don't care what brand you get. They're so freaking expensive.
Yeah. And I talked to somebody, we know somebody that just had that green APU installed. I know that's what Nevada's got too. And I didn't know this, but it runs all the time. Like it just runs. It doesn't shut off.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
That's kind of weird because he's like, oh, I have to do an oil change. And I go, what's your intervals? And he told me what the interval on, I want to say he said like 1,000 hours. And I go, how the hell are you already at 1,000 hours? And he goes, well, when I turn it on, it turns on and stays running. I was like, man, that's crazy. Like, granted, you're burning less fuel than you are with the truck running, but still, like,
I don't see why you really need it to run constantly, especially when you only need heat in the winter. In the summer, when you got air conditioning, it's going to run more, but a constant run just doesn't seem necessary.
Well, my Thermo King didn't run constantly, even with air conditioning.
Yeah.
It would turn on and off, depending on the sensor,
Right.
Yeah, he says it does run all the time when it's in use. Okay. So people are asking you, are you going to the truck show? And you say you might be going.
For the moment, that's the plan.
Okay.
We'll see.
Okay.
Things come and go. And for the moment, planning on going. Never been before. Had the opportunity this year. And gonna try and make it happen. There's some people there that I need to. I have a meeting with a company, and then Paul is gonna be there. I need to hang out with him, spend some time with him. So
Paul from Freight Connect.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'll be a good conversation.
He's never been there either. He's got some meetings to go to, and we're gonna try to meet up at least one night. Go to dinner. I told him if he can squeeze me in his busy schedule.
Right. Do you guys stay in contact? Like outside of the great lives that you guys do? Have you talked to him lately about like his outlook on like the market? And does he have an idea on?
He's probably not quite as jaded as I am, but he knows, the things suck right now and it's a tough time. And, it's a time right now where you rest on what you did the last few years. You're gonna live with what you did or did not do for the last few years. And but he's the guy that there's always opportunity, and he's always the guy trying to go find it. So it's his job is not an easy one right now. I just referred somebody to him that's got 30 trucks. The people here in Wisconsin, and he's going to try to get them some more freight. So they're really looking forward to it. But it's tough times, man. He knows it. But he's continuing to talk to people so that when things turn around, we're already in their head. It's not a new introduction. So I'm looking forward to it. When things turn around, I think it's going to be real beneficial for us. Oh, by the way, my wife is so very disappointed in you tonight for not getting the bartender joke. Termite walks into the bar and says, "Hey, is the bartender here?" You don't get that joke. Are you there? Your internet sucks. Can you even hear me? Man, with the amount of money I pay you, you really should be able to afford a better hotel with better internet. Can you speak? Have you lost the ability to use words? Can you hear me now? Oh my gosh. This is sad, folks. This is sad. Spend that extra 35 cents on that hotel room, get better internet. Where's the we're missing some comments here. Can I scroll? What APU? Jackknife. Oh, now you're on here twice. Kick your other self out. Are you can you hear me now?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Okay.
So no, explain the joke to me.
It's a termite, right? And he walks into the bar and says, "Excuse me, is the bartender here?" I even put a dash between the bar and tender. So termites like wood. A bar is made of wood. Is the wood tender? He's a termite.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
I worked hard on that one. Whew.
Hey, I got most of, yeah. I got most of Come On With It's other jokes tonight, but sometimes
really.
his jokes just go over my head.
Yeah, you missed a few of them.
Well, that's because he leaves so many of them. If they're important, he can attach a $5 super chat to it. It'll go to my hot tub fund.
I don't think that's going to help you get it somehow.
I'm not saying it'll help me get it. It'll just make me read all of them.
Okay. All right.
What's your thoughts? Yay or nay on a hot tub?
For the house?
For the house, yeah.
Oh, I think there's far better things to spend money on.
Yeah, so do I, but I think I'm going to cave.
I get all the Come On With It jokes, and I think they're freaking hilarious and very clever.
He's saying he knows you get them. He's laughing and says DIY gets me.
See, we're all high-level thinkers here.
Yeah, I admit I'm not.
No,
that's the difference.
Come on now.
That's the difference. Oh, it's joke night. Trucking with T-Bone says.
Yes, it is.
Every night's a joke night when I'm live.
Next live. I'm just gonna sit on the side, and anytime somebody tells you a joke, I'll just drop in and explain it, and then drop back out again.
Yeah, see, so 7 C's is right. When a man cannot pronounce bladder, it's going to be hard to get jokes.
Oh, I was dying. My wife just looked at me like, would you go talk to him?
So Cash had made a good point to me that I need to somehow increase the text on my Chromebook here because the text isn't always very big.
Yeah, text ain't the problem.
And I have to lean in like this to read it all, which that's not the main reason.
Yeah, no, I love when one illiterate man gives advice to another illiterate man. It's my favorite time of day.
But did you hear Come On With Its joke about the Tyrannosaurus Rex?
The pterodactyl, you mean?
No. He
No,
did a Tyrannosaurus Rex joke tonight. That was absolutely hilarious.
I need to hear it again.
Oh, I would have to find it. Come on with it. Say that joke again.
The pterodactyl
was-
one from Cash's Live was pretty good.
Yeah, he made a good Tyrannosaurus Rex joke about the situation I'm in. You know,
Yeah.
breaking in the leaf spring.
What you have in common, you're both just arms are so short you can't wipe your own ass.
Yeah, no, it was about wrecking the truck.
Okay.
You know. So yeah, well, I'm glad that your wife makes fun of me too. She used to protect me, and now she probably is just like, screw this guy.
She was the one leaving the comments while I was driving.
Oh, was she? Yeah, so what else is good, man? I know you've been busy working because you always say you're working.
Yeah, I only ask one thing from everybody. If you see me at the truck show, just you can say whatever you got to say to me, but be respectful to my wife because she's coming.
Ooh, I don't think you have to worry about that because I've been around your wife long enough to know she's not going to take any shit.
She's an innocent civilian.
Yeah, but how many? So in her job, I mean, we shouldn't talk about that.
She has a grown up type job.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So getting back to what I was saying earlier, that's what I wish I would see. I just wish I would see volumes go up more.
So she said.
Well, maybe I should get some of those cash boner pills, truck stop boner pills. Beat the brakes off of it.
If and you need them.
Yeah. Oh,
I know Cash taught you that line.
No.
Beat the brakes off it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what he said that tonight.
Oh, was he on?
Yeah, he came on earlier. He was going to come on, but he must have gone to bed. He was going to come back when he parked. And my internet's in and out, so I don't even know how long I'm going to be able to hold you on the live show. So what else should we talk about? So you think there's better ways to spend? I'm assuming if I was to do the hot tub the way I want it done, I want to build like a little, almost like a gazebo, and then put the hot tub in the middle of the gazebo, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing with the people I know that can do most of the, I bet I could get it all done for right around $5,000 to $7,000.
Yeah, you're gonna put a hot tub in and use it about twice a year. That's what's gonna happen.
I'll use it twice a year. I know my wife would probably use it every day. I mean, I know she would, and I know my daughters would. Well, one of them. What the other one, when she comes home from school, she would use it. Nevada. Sorry, I'm just reading a bunch. How often do you hold DIY?
Hold what?
Well, Nevada, you will see if you get a chance to run into him that I am definitely not holding him.
Oh.
Nevada. Who the hell? Yeah, I don't know who that is either. 7 Seas Transport says hot tub equals more flip flops and white leg videos.
It's true.
No, I don't think I'll do that again because it doesn't get any views. Man, views are hard to come by these days too.
Yeah, YouTube's on it's all about the TikToks here lately, but
yeah. I don't know. I gotta figure out something. I want to do something nice for the family.
Stay away. Come on.
I have been staying away.
Send money home and stay away.
I just sent money to my daughter via Venmo. I just did that. Yeah, it's funny. I'm not even at home and I still get phone calls asking for money. You know. Just wonder he's hot a clip of one of my live feeds. I don't know what that means.
He's got a clip of somebody.
Baby chicken videos. That's where the videos are. Yeah. Right.
Ooh,
Trucking
yeah.
with T-Bone. That or yoga pants.
Yes. Yes. Yoga pants are
You
Godspeed.
could Uber driver. Here it's profitable. You know, I think I've kind of shared. I did some gig work before I became an owner operator. I ran DoorDash. Now, granted, it was during the lockdowns, but I made really good money doing DoorDash, like really good money. You know, oh, I see what they're talking. They're
Not a lot of call for that where I live.
well, no. Where you live, you just open the door and get your dinner. Shoot it from the couch.
Yes.
And then have Kelly's Kitchen dice it up and fry it up for you. That's what
tasty.
you do.
One of these days, I'm about to have a Great Pyrenees for lunch.
Afternoon
My neighbor's dog pissing me off.
or good evening, Shannon. Hi, Shannon. How are you? Now my internet's going again.
Can't be hitting them curves if you're door dashing.
Fucking.
You get all potty mouth when you don't think that everybody can hear you, but we can hear you. How you doing tonight, Shannon Thomas Trucking? Should have got you one of them pretty new Freightliners when I had the chance. Now I done screwed up. You're off to bigger and better. Sorry about that. One of my great regrets.
Well, it was nice knowing everybody.
Where are you going? Ooh, let's do this because that reefer guy can't stop us from talking politics. What's your thoughts on the Ukraine-Russia conflict? I think it's a bunch of BS. We'll never know the truth, but all I know is I'm tired of being forced to pay for a bunch of bullshit. That's what I think. Shannon Thomas Trucking just got done for the day. 2 loads, $1,000 day. Come on. Nice. Do that multiple days in a row, and you'll have yourself a good week there, Shannon Thomas. I think Fate Trucking abandoned us. I think he playing games. Let's see if we can't nosedive this channel right into the ground. Find a tall building and aim for the top floor. Trucking T-Bone says that robot reefer guy. Yeah, he's an autonomous reefer hauler. If you didn't know, he's the first autonomous YouTuber. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. We hear you too. Unfortunately.
Yeah, for the next 10 minutes.
Wow, you get cranky when you're tired.
I am tired. That's funny. You can tell.
Oh, I can tell very well. You get very cranky when you're tired.
For some reason, there's still 16 people in here, and I've been going almost 4 hours. So I've skipped.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
16 people in here, and I've been going 4 hours.
Might have to call Cash.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were you reading any comments?
I was. We solved the Russia-Ukraine conflict while you were gone.
Oh, wonderful.
We can move on from that.
Yes.
Everybody's tired of paying for it. Think it's a bunch of bullshit. And Nevada Trucking says he's never in favor of pulling out. My daddy taught me better than that.
All right. See, you guys must be making fun of me too, because now I see 7 Seas Transport says, "All right, hush, he's back." So
I tell them we're gonna steer your channel into the ground while you were gone. We're gonna talk politics.
No, that's all right. I've shared earlier. I don't know enough to talk about politics.
Okay. What in the hell? Sometimes I gotta wonder
About what?
what the hell happens around here. Actually, I
Maybe
gotta stop looking at the ELD.
at the ELD. Wondering where people are.
Wondering why they are where they are.
Hey,
I know where you are. You ain't moved in days, so
you've even told me you don't check on me on my ELD.
sometimes I do. Sometimes.
So let's talk about that because you're a carrier. How stressed, like how often are you stressed out about your contractors making it to places on time? Because I know a few of your contractors and I would assume we all do a very good job. Like the guys that I know.
Yeah, I stress about it because we're the type of people that plan ahead, and we need everything to kind of go well to uphold our, forward plans. And the wrench gets thrown in that, it gets a little stressful.
Yeah. Well, I would say a lot of the wrenches that we deal with or that I deal with are not, minus deciding to like do some curb stomping, are all related to shippers and receivers. They're
Yeah.
not related to time management or anything like that.
No, and I know that, but
Yeah.
still got to check and try to make things smooth.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, if I need to reset your hours in your logbook, I need to know about it ahead of time.
Yeah, I so wish you could do that. I wish when I called you, I heard a different. Well, I don't want to say the wrong thing. Yeah, I wish we could operate like that because I know my competition does. That's the thing. I know my competition does.
They ain't your competition.
Cents per mile says, what's the word on the truck? Part hasn't arrived yet. Part should be here tomorrow. And then, hopefully it's done by late tomorrow night or Wednesday. If it stretches into Thursday, I'm going to be pretty frustrated. But there's more things now. I did talk to him today and told him that I want him to look at the tires. I think I should get new steer tires. I'm not going to replace one. I'm going to replace both. I think that's the right thing to do, isn't it?
I don't recall looking at your tires to see how much tread is left. You can do just one.
They're brand new.
Then just do one. Just do the one.
Okay.
I run mismatched steer tires. It's not going to kill anything.
Dude, my chat keeps jumping on me, so that means my internet's slowing down again. Any tips on how to remove stripper dust? Asking for a friend.
Power washer.
I like this one. Get a new truck.
There you go.
Mackinac kids in the house. Just got picked up in Taylor, Missouri. So excited to start this driver assist unload tomorrow. Oh, that's right. Killian's is doing a flour load. Like multiple stops. He actually is going to end up in Minnesota. If I remember right, his last stop is in Forest Lake, Minnesota.
About time he does some real work.
And then we got the man. How you doing? Man versus Road saying hi.
Haven't seen him in a while.
I know. He stops in every now and then. I send him a text or give him a phone call every now and then too. Hope he's doing well. That stuff gets everywhere. Oh, stripper dust?
Yeah. What do they call it? Not graffiti, confetti, or the sparkly stuff. What's that called?
Yeah.
I can't remember. Oh. Damn it, I'm tired.
So obviously you can look at me.
Rather not.
My oldest daughter is like very, very intelligent, very, very bright, reads very, very well.
A lot
And
of
then my
strippers
other
do.
daughter is like me, right? Where when she was younger,
Oof.
she mispronounced things and all kinds of stuff. And just when you brought up confetti, so when she was little, like 3, she cut up a bunch of paper in these little places and came running in, or little pieces. See, can't even say the right word. Cut up paper in all these little pieces and ran into the living room where I was watching TV and threw it in the air and says, "Muffetti, muffetti." She couldn't say confetti. She called it muffetti. So you saying confetti made me think of that because it was a funny time in my life.
That's so cute.
Trucking with T-Bone says she'd probably be pissed if she knew I told that story. How many truck/drivers does the trucker assistant to the assistant manager have?
Let's see. Let me look on ALT. Not all the trucks are on the road, so 1, 2, 3, 4,
10, 9?
5, 6, 7. So there's 7 trucks and 6 drivers. Yeah, the only extra truck right now is the Classic, because I have a driver for the White Mac. He's just not here yet. He'll be here on Monday.
Oh, wow, that quick.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with everything in that truck?
I'm going to put it in a box and put it in the middle of the yard and burn it.
No, don't do that. So, like, you know where the old evaporator is for the electric APU?
Yes.
Yeah, there's stuff between there,
Yep.
and then there's a little shelf right below that's got some personal stuff in there.
Yeah, I'm putting gloves on before I touch that shit.
Not that kind of personal stuff, like a journal, basically.
Ooh. Oh, now I got something to read live on YouTube.
No, don't.
Oh, now I get to see what you really think about me.
It's not about you. It's my wife bought me this journal that kind of just tells my story, like where I've been for the day and where I went.
Does it have My Little Pony on the cover?
No.
Did you start it in 8th grade?
No. Look at this. He has 7 stops, 3,100 plants and bushes.
Yeah, but just grab 2, 3 at a time. Some of them are probably in boxes.
Could it be?
It could be bad. Ooh, glitter. Glitter. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, old school. Don't forget the emotional support cat driving the other Mac. No, that person and truck are long gone. Couldn't get the... yeah, cats do things that are nasty too. So, Mark Ely in the house. 3rd time is a charm. Thank you. I hear this little voice every now and then. Come on with it. I've been getting into astronomy, so I installed a skylight. The people who live above me are furious. I like that one. Hopefully it wasn't in their bathroom. Trucking with T-Bone, Care Bears. Ooh, trucking with T-Bone must be as old as I am. He went the Care Bear route.
Burn it to the ground.
How far behind? Is your video lagging that bad? Wow. And he's gone. Yeah. Mark Ely says, right now is bid season. Has DOI seen or heard shippers asking for rate deductions? Absolutely. 100%. They don't even have to ask. People are just clamoring for it. I won some lanes. The bidding was closed. I won some lanes, and before I could even start them, somehow somebody cut my rate. So I won them for $2.20 a mile plus fuel. Out of a sketchy area, and I see him posted on Load Ford for $1.79, and that's how it goes. Jackknife T says Nevada. Who else is going to Matt's? I'm assuming James Best is going to be there. Justin, Sammy, Bruce. Tim, Alex. Am I leaving anyone out? Oh, DIY. I don't know half those names. I don't know a Bruce or a Tim or an Alex. If you mean Asian Ma, he's going to be there. He's giving a speech. He's got a seminar. I say we all stand in the back and heckle him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Where did you leave off? Mark Ely asked a good question.
Yep. I have given him a good answer.
Okay, you already did that.
Cents per mile says Cash App, $sign DIY semi. Let's get Fate a real internet plan. He can afford it.
I put my Cash App up there.
Okay. All right.
T-Bone said,
check the Mac. He may have left his internet in there too.
God, you guys. I'm actually pretty proud of myself right now. I know that I've cut out like a half a dozen times, but I'm at 4 hours and 6 minutes.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy for me.
Killian, Mackinac Kid says, DIY, are we anywhere near the absolute bottom at this point? Man, you'd like to think so, but there's no way to tell. I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think
you got to allow yourself to at least entertain the possibility. Just the possibility. I'm not saying this is going to happen or not happen, but the possibility that this could be the best rates you see all year. It could be. Not saying it is. The year is young, but everybody's saying, "Oh, this, that," and it's going to get better. Produce season has already started in a lot of areas, and it's a bust. Like there's so many damn people can't just grasp the concept of just how many freaking trucks are out there looking for freight. It's insane.
Did you just share this out or something?
I did not.
Huh. Crazy. Something happened.
Somebody else may have.
Oh, okay. I don't know who would have done that because a lot of people all of a sudden showed up. I think the bottom, we kind of had this conversation the other day, is when I think about some of the customers I haul for, like what their bottom might be is still going to be better than what I can get, or at least I know when the market turns around or more volume is available, like I'm going to still be there. You know what I mean? The last thing I want to do is disappear and like not be seen. What are you laughing about?
I just can't wait to see if you get this joke or not.
Is it come on with it?
Yeah, I can't look at you. I can't look at you while you read it. So go ahead.
What has Fate found to do with all of his free time to stay busy? Absolutely nothing. That's why I've been live for 4 hours. Been very bored. How do you get such a good deal on a tow and leaf spring cost? Can't beat the price, I hear. Man, it was all done local. Like the customer knew the shop that I contacted. The shop works with this towing company, and the towing company guy was super, super cool. All right, is this the joke?
Mm-hmm.
What do you call bears with no ears? Oh, B. Yeah, I get it.
What?
Okay. I get that.
Oh my gosh, you got one.
I got that one. But that's like one of those dad jokes.
Yes, so makes them funny.
I'm going to put a cap on. Come on with it. You know what? I'm just going to keep promoting myself. I hear you do it. I hear Cash do it all the time. Come on with it. You $2. Super chat $2.
Hey, I don't trust stairs anymore. They're always up to something.
Oh God, that's so dumb too. That's so dumb.
No?
I don't know. I guess it's funny, but didn't make me. It was funny, not how, bro. I doubt I can hold 3 people, man. Somebody else is trying to. I don't think I can hold 3 people. Just I see you do it. I can't hear the person in the background, but I see them talking. Let me try it. Okay. DIY, please stay. Let's just try it real quick. Here goes nothing.
That way, when you crash, me and DIY can finish the conversation.
Yeah, but
Because he was going the whole time perfectly fine. It's just you for some reason.
yeah, because I can't afford
Oh
it.
God.
I don't make enough. It's a 90-10 split.
Oh my.
That 10 cents or that 10%. Get a good cell phone or be able to eat beans and rice. I choose beans and rice.
Learn to like it.
Has the price on equipment gone down? I got a pocket full of cash.
Yes, there are some deals to be had, and they're only getting better. So, I think there's more downside, but yes, there's deals. That's why we upgraded some stuff around here. I got a couple more trailers coming. I may even trade. I don't know, but it is the time. Eventually, things are going to turn. It's probably going to be a while, but I like to take a good contrarian approach to it. If I see everybody running one way, I'm going to start running the other, because by the time everybody gets on the plan to agree to go this way, chances are you're about the end of it, and it's going to start going, and you're going to be the first one running back the other way. So, because we've got a herd mentality. I'm probably way early on that, but
DIY's betting everything on black.
only in boxing and basketball.
Only boxing and basketball.
Here we go.
Man, your internet stinks. What do you call a deer with no eyes? No eye deer. Oh, come on. Come on. Like the past, present, and future walked into a bar. Man, it was tense. There's no way he gets that one. Damn it. Meganet Kid, come on with it, is on a hell of a roll. He is. How do you find a rack rate on fuel prices? You probably don't. That'd be something that would have to be disclosed to you by the vendor, or like if you're in a certain fuel card program, sometimes they will disclose to you rack rate. But it's not. I don't know of a place that it's available to the general public. I get mine through my fuel card provider, through the affiliation I have set up to my Comdata card. I get the rack rate, but I don't know that there's anywhere you can find that publicly, because they don't want you to know. They don't want you to know. You back?
I think so. This is so frustrating. It was like good. I was on a little bit of a roll.
Were you?
Well,
Here, come on, but it's got a joke for you. I gotta know if you get it.
Is it this one?
Yes.
The past, present, and future walk into a bar. It was tense.
Man, yeah, man, it was tense.
Past tense? Is that what's... It was tense. The past, present, and future walked into a bar. It was tense.
Yeah, man, it was.
I don't get it.
We'll let you sleep on that one for a couple days. Yes. A skeleton walks into a bar. He orders a beer and a mop.
That's funny. Like, I get that one. I do get that. What were you reading?
I was reading that about the rack rate on fuel.
How do you find what is rack rate?
It would be like their wholesale at the source cost.
Okay. So from like the refinery
Or
that
probably like the tank farm
okay.
or whatever.
Yeah, Jackknife, I'm sorry, bro. I am broadcasting with smoke signals. I am on my laptop running off my cell phone hotspot right now because that connection is stronger than the hotel connection. It just sucks. Get on a roll, get people watching, and I can't even participate.
Why do you think so many people are watching?
Yeah, right. Good point. So this is probably another joke. A pizza is basically a real-time pie chart. How much pizza is left? A pizza is basically a real-time pie chart. How much pizza is left?
It is. That's exactly what it is. Dude,
Well,
come on.
I'm not following along. A pizza is basically a real-time pie chart. Yeah, okay, so I know the pie chart. So however
Okay.
many pieces the pieces are cut into.
Exactly.
Say if it's 8, there's 8 pieces in the pie chart.
Very good.
How much pizza is left? 8. Nobody ate any.
He's not asking how much is left. He says it's a real-time chart. When you take a piece of the pie, a piece of the pie chart disappears. A pizza is cut into
Yep.
sections like a pie chart, right?
Yep.
And as you take a piece out in real time, you see that the pie chart changed, right?
Oh, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Glad I could help.
Yeah. I don't know why he does this to me. He's probably laughing his ass off. That's the thing.
I hope he
Killian
is because he's gosh
Googling
damn
everything.
hilarious.
What did the Jackknife asks? What did the toaster say to the slice of bread?
And I guess we'll never know.
Yeah. I went to the store to buy batteries, but they weren't included. I don't get that either.
Oh my god!
How can batteries?
Now you're just making shit up. Now you're just.
How can batteries not be included when you're going to the store to buy batteries? I went to the store to buy batteries, but they weren't included. I went to the store, okay, to buy batteries.
Mm-hmm.
But they weren't included.
Exactly. It's a joke, son. It's a joke. I say that boy.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys are
got no sense.
I'm losing it. I need some.
Dude, you never had it in the first place.
Well, no, I understand that too. I don't pretend to be something I'm not.
I like the next one.
I like this one. It's a pizza pie. A pun, a play on words, and a limerick.
Oh my god! It's a limerick.
Limerick. What's a limerick?
It's like a joke, like it's like a pun, a joke.
Okay. So a pun, a play on words, and a limerick. Walk into a bar. No joke.
Sorry, but that's freaking hilarious.
Oh.
I don't know what's funnier, the joke or that you don't get it.
Holy. Okay, Killians. Yeah, I don't drive 2.5 hour, or 200 and some miles out of my way. I don't get it. It's above me. I at least can admit it.
You're playing. You're just playing.
No, I don't get. I get what puns are and plays on words and stuff like that.
What are they all?
I don't get the fact that, well, like I said, a pun is a play on a word.
Okay, can I explain it to you?
So a word that will have that can mean two separate things.
Right, but they're all
right.
They're all.
And
what?
then you put it in. Like I get that it's, but hold on, you're not done. I'm not done.
Okay.
Like I get
Sound it out.
hold on. How do I? So I didn't know what limerick. I didn't
Yes.
know that word.
Okay.
But I get that it's no joke because the joke is the play on words, which is the pun.
The joke is that they're all jokes.
But it's not funny. Like
It's
I don't
hilarious.
to you because you're smart.
It's
I'm
like
a fucking idiot.
it's like
So it's not funny to me.
it's like a horse walks into the bar and the bartender says, "Hey, what's with the long face?"
Yeah, he said that earlier tonight.
Three-legged dog walks into the bar and also walks into the saloon and says, "I want to know who shot my paw." Come on.
Hold on, say that again.
Three-legged dog walks into the saloon and says, "I need to know who shot my paw."
Yeah, I get it. I get it. But that's not funny to me.
A rope walks into a bar and the bartender says, "We don't serve ropes." He says, "I'm not a rope." And he says, "Aren't you a rope?" He says, "Nope, I'm afraid not."
Oh, gee. Yeah, see, like I get it. Like that, I get why somebody like you would find that funny because you live in Wisconsin.
Oh,
And
sorry, it's not a hockey joke. I apologize.
no, you're making like, yeah, it makes me look really dumb. I get it. I think Killian said it best. Killian said it best.
When he says, "Dirt, dirt, dirt," I didn't do one over the Mackinac Bridge.
Yeah. Silent advertisement continues. Two guys walk in a bar. The third one ducked. Yeah,
Oh.
I've heard that too.
Duck walks into a bar, says, "Give me a beer, put it on my bill."
Oh, see, I had to think about that for a minute. Yeah, the dad jokes. I guess for some reason people like leaving dad jokes. How do you make an egg roll? You push it. That's what Jackknife says.
Yes.
But I think I'm going to wrap this up, guys. I am freaking exhausted, and I should call home.
You got to be exhausted from all the mental gymnastics.
And I'm done.
Dude.
And I hate my life now.
Is this a live suicide note? Is that what we're seeing here? Oh, come on with it. It's hard to explain puns to kleptomaniacs. They always take things literally. Oh, I love that one. I always loved that one.
Oh, my internet's going out.
Yeah, say bye bye. I got to go to bed, dude. Some of us got to work tomorrow. I don't know about you.
I didn't hear you.
Do a review on that continental breakfast tomorrow. Oof, this is hard to be a part of. I'm gonna get out of here before I ruin my channel too.
I can't hear him. Don't say that. Now I'm demonetized.